shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy dog from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with a sovereign command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising defense is resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that patrols the door, sensing yellow reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. So with the command, don't deploy in a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Who we got in the building? We got our boy, Wicked Dream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And hello, Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Wicked says, would you rather lose the ability to make new memories or have your old ones erased? I said lose the ability to make new ones. I'm almost 40, no kids. Like, everything that I want to remember is very likely behind me. That is true. That is true. But I can't. That's a potential future when my past memories are real memories. So tough choice, but I am gonna go with remembering the degenerate nights of, oh man, so amazing, so amazing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wait, oh, so God, humble pie. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. So we have a little bit of an ongoing thing. So as the title and the community tab post that I put out, this is it. Unless we have something explicit with new information or the trial itself, I am done. I am done with Tyler Robinson, Candace Owens, and Andrew Wilson. So yesterday, there was a debate about what exactly is is there a compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk with Rob Noor, our good buddy, and some dude I never heard of? And then right now, as we speak, we have, is there overwhelming that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk? So the reason that I wanted to do the first one with Rob Noor was a little bit of an expose on what the Candace people are talking about and how bad faith it is. So it is a little bit of a shit show. It is a little bit of a shit show, but I think there's a lot to be learned from it. Because of the fact that the other one with Ryan Mullally and one of the biggest Candace stands is going on right now, I don't know exactly what it is. So I'm thinking let's see what's good with Rob. And then if it's just like, yo, this is they're just yelling at each other, then we can hop over and see what's good with Ryan Mullally and Dee Dee got a podcast. All right, so fuck it. We're doing it live. And so, obviously going through the specifics of, not necessarily just the debate, but the debate prompt, Charlie, Candace, Israel, all that stuff. Hopefully we have everything here to know, okay, these are the positions. You're either on this side or you're on that side. And then when the trial comes, then we'll have new information. All right. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
The question in this debate tonight is actually a very narrow one, especially considering that for this debate's narrow purpose, we're both assuming, arguendo for the sake of argument, Tyler Robinson's guilty involvement just for tonight. So I'm not asking you, dear gentle listener, to conclude that Israel killed Charlie Kirk or to find anyone guilty beyond a reason.
Yeah, right. R.I.P. to Dolly Parton and Tim, what's his name? Tim. Mine's going to Tim Burton, but that's not it. We're within 2 days, and they always say it strikes in threes, so be prepared. Be prepared.
Or even to find probable cause of it, that would be too much. The name of the game tonight is simply this. Is there a reasonable suspicion, which is a legal term at law, shockingly low standard, by the way, prompting further investigation of a possible Israeli nexus to Charlie Kirk's assassination? That's it. That's what this whole thing's about.
And this is going to become extremely relevant, but from the very beginning, no, the word that they're talking about is compelling. Is there a compelling reason, not evidentiary evidence or anything? It's a much more casual word. It's not necessarily a legal term.
And as you listen to my Israeli Charlie Nexus timeline, which constitutes my whole opening claim, I'm keeping it simple tonight. Keep just two humongous looming background considerations at the front of your brain.
Curry, yeah. R.I.P. R.I.P. Yikes.
You can keep them in the front, even though the background considerations. First, numero uno. The young nation of Israel has a historically unprecedented, extraordinarily extensive, openly documented history of using targeted assassination operations, I'll be calling them TAOs, as a first option instrument of statecraft. It's unlike anything we've ever seen in the history of the world. It's shocking, and it's unlike, like I said, any other country we've ever seen in mankind's history. According to expert Ronan Bergman,
we're not going to go through the whole opening statements. I just want to give you an idea of where they're coming from.
First, Israeli intelligence and security services have conducted a mind-bending 2,700 targeted killings, frequently across borders.
Is that funny?
You can't even say these numbers. In, at the time, just 7 decades. It was exactly 70th birthday of Israel at the time when they conducted this. So these guys, these Israeli guys, do just under 400 political assassinations per decade. No other country comes close, and no other country comes close to using TAOs for such petty reasons. Maybe later in the debate, I'll get into the common rationale, the most common rationales that Israel has used TAOs. It's basically someone steps on their toe.
So that's basically where Tim is coming from. Israel bad. Israel bad. So I'm just going to skip to Rom and get a feel for where he's coming from.
Now move into September 2nd. According to Bishop Joseph Brennan's later account, Charlie tells him that unlike early summer, he's now very close to becoming Catholic. Evangelical rupture. That matters because...
Given that it's a charity stream. One last thing, 25th night. Thanks so much. Just want to thank James, and I think Mike will be joining us later to moderate for moderating. And Tim, thank you so much for being here. I want to start off precursory by saying this. I very much respect the people that have questions about this, that are willing to discuss their theories and do these debates. So often what we see is the people making the most salacious theories that are specifically accusing people or unwilling to back up those claims. And I know Tim's not that type of guy. I don't know Tim personally, but I've seen him. I respect him as an intelligent debater, and he comes highly recommended with some mutual friends. So I'm very much looking forward to this debate. I think hope is that it'll be very productive for the audience and enjoyable. To start with, there is some disagreement, I think, on exactly what the topic is. Tim plays a nice sleight of hand here. The specific wording of the topic is there compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk or was otherwise involved with it? He then says that this means that it is the lowest standard of sort of legal proof necessary, even below probable cause. But I don't see where he gets reasonable suspicion from the wording of the topic. Compelling to me would...
That was a big part, because we skipped the openings, I do watch them to make sure in case the context later. And basically, Tim was basically saying if there's probable cause to find something, then that meets the compelling aspect of the prompt. And so, Rob's just saying, well, yeah, I mean, if you're saying that there's compelling evidence to think maybe, then yeah, but that's not compelling. That's just probable cause. Shout out to Davey Gillespie. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
He gets reasonable suspicion from the wording of the topic. Compelling to me would mean very convincing or just convincing, depending on the dictionary definition that you're looking at. So it would have to be a convincing argument to believe that Israel was potential to have been involved in instigating or committed this crime with Tyler Robinson. Now, I respect the fact that for the purposes of this debate, we're going to agree that Tyler Robinson committed this murder. And so we can have a further discussion. To the audience that thinks that's not the case, I'm sorry, this won't really be brought up in this debate because we're trying to limit our arguments to sort of the framework that's been agreed upon here.
And that's another thing that, this is a debate specifically about Israel and Tyler Robinson, whereas the other one with Ryan Mullally and Didi Gatapad is specifically about whether Tyler Robinson was the killer or not. And so maybe we'll do a little bit of both. We'll see. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Given that, I think what you'll see is that almost all of the evidence that Tim puts forth here falls into one of two categories. One is just motivation. And that is sort of, well, Israel was really mad at Charlie. He was a staunch supporter of them for a long time, but come 2025, he started to get off that train, maybe started to become more Catholic, started to voice opposition to what was happening. And the truth is, there's a lot of truth to that. I absolutely agree that it does appear that Charlie Kirk, who, much to the lamentation of some people on the right, was seen as a great soldier for sort of U.S. political system and advocating for Israel, did seem to at least somewhat be changing that position. Now, there's a question as to how much and exactly what that change would have meant, but so be it. I'll concede that there was a potential motivation. But motivation alone does not rise to suspicion that we would think that it's compelling to think that they were involved in a murder.
And so that's going to be the crux of it, the definition of what compelling actually means.
In fact, if we're looking at motivation alone, I could think of nearly limitless organizations or people that would have had just as much, if not more, motivation than Israel. And yet, Tim probably wouldn't suggest that we need to investigate each and every one of those groups merely because of this motivation. These groups could include the NAACP or any group that pushed DEI, seeing as how Charlie was a huge advocate against that. The Democratic Party and all of their fundraisers and organizers, as Charlie was huge against that. Specific people and organizations on college campuses that Charlie went against. Specific countries that are mad at Trump's foreign policy with things like tariffs that could have seen Charlie as instrumental in Trump's continued success. You could see countries that were Islamic, which he criticized quite frequently, such as Iran, perhaps Qatar. Other countries like that could have been upset. You can also see other domestic organizations, such as organizations that favor trans people, organizations that have been more left-leaning. All of these organizations would have motivation. Is Tim prepared to say that there's compelling evidence that they were involved as well? The timing of it may seem suspicious that Charlie just started arguing, but actually the timing's going to hurt Tim's case. The question I want you...
So yeah, just put up a poll. I'm just asking which part of the Tyler Robinson thing is more interesting to you? Like which of these debates is more interesting to you? That'll give me a better idea of, how much time we want to spend on this one versus how much time we want to spend on that one. Obviously, this is whether Israel made him do it, and the other one is whether or not he did it at all. He said, I hate to break it to Americans, but Israel has more important things to worry about than murdering Americans for slightly disagreeing with some Jews. Like, holy fuck, delusions of grandeur. Bingo. Agreed.
To ask as you go through this debate is twofold. If we're going to rely just on shady background and motivation, And I could name you 10 other groups that would have that same predominantly left-wing groups that most of us right-wingers would agree are shady and would have motivation to dislike Charlie Kirk. Why is it that we'll single out Israel to say that it's compelling that they were involved? I would postulate that the reason is because people have motivated reason. Now, I'm no fan of Israel whatsoever and think that there's legitimate criticism that could be levied.
I said, shit, me too.
But one of the problems of blaming Israel for everything when there's no evidence is that it actually belittles the legitimate criticisms that we can all have of the nation of Israel, or for that matter, the legitimate criticisms we could have of the people that we could prove actually were involved in this murder. In fact, you know who had a motivation? Every left-winger that took to social media and celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Organizations like the New York Times and other Democratic organizations that said, well, we're not going to celebrate it, but Charlie Kirk was a fascist. These groups all had motivation, and instead of coming together to point out the people that were literally cheering at the murder of Charlie Kirk, were engaged in sort of wondering, well, if there's any amount of reasonable suspicion that a nation like Israel could have been involved. The claims of Joe Kent and Harrison Smith are particularly laughable. Now,
so I guess, I mean, that's pretty much the long and short of it, that Tim is saying, well, maybe, probably, kinda, and Rob is just saying, well, that's not compelling. That's not a compelling reason. So let's jump ahead a little bit.
Criticism or of looking into legitimate investigations. Tim, Charlie Kirk, there's no reason to suspect.
There are 5 standards.
Because you've gone over there, right?
With the
I don't know where you get reasonable suspicion from.
I think both these debates are asinine, delusional BS that only people with a severe lack of critical thinking skills and room temperature IQ believe. I mean, Celsius levels of room temperature. And that's the scary part, is that within 2 days, outside of the debate with Candace and Andrew last week, this is still, just raging. This is still a conversation that is raging. And it is, I think, important to see what the mindset is of the more conspiratorial people. Now, skepticism is always a good thing, but like they say, you don't want to have such an open mind that your brain falls out.
Compelling reason to believe Israel instigated. That seems to be a stretch.
Let's do cross-exam. This is good, and I wanted to talk about this too. What's the legal difference? What's the standard for the legal difference, Rob, between reasonable suspicion and probable cause, and where does it come from?
Reasonable suspicion, I think. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I am not a lawyer, right? And obviously, you looked into this specific term, but this is my layman's understanding. Reasonable suspicion is usually used to beat cops, right? It's a standard to be like, is there reasonable suspicion that you think there's a drug deal going on over there? And if so, there are very limited investigative steps you could take because you've met that lowest bar, which is reasonable suspicion. That's my understanding of it.
Wait a minute. You critiqued the idea
Nikki's
that
next.
I had compelling reasons, and compelling reason at law, there are 5 standards for constituting burden of persuasion. We have 5 different standards of persuasion. We don't call them proof. We call them burden of persuasion.
Sure.
Are you familiar with what those are at all? Because that's the starting point for this debate.
No, I think the starting point would be defining the term compelling, right? And
We're defining compelling in legal terms. This is all legal. So what are those 5 standards? Do you know?
So to be clear, you could read the 5 standards. I do not know. I'll fully admit that. Your argument that you're making here is that the term compelling in a legal sense means one of these 5 standards.
No, that's not right.
Okay, so
the 5 standards or burdens of persuasion are specific to domains of the law. And there are 2 investigative ones, and they're all graduated standards. So they're going up in both the quantity and the quality of evidence.
Okay.
You said that at the investigative level, which is all we're debating here tonight, what you essentially did in your 10-minute opening statement is you told me that compelling, which is relative to an investigative standard, if we're taking it the correct way that I am tonight, should be thrown into the highest of the 3 criminal standards, which is dead wrong. And then I said, well, okay, what do you think the 5 burdens of persuasion are, and which one do you think we're operating out of tonight? And you said, well, I don't even know the 5 levels of persuasion. So if you're going to critique the way that I
no, it's a clever
an investigative predicate means motive opportunity.
No, it's a clever sleight of hand, right? There's no evidence that us are in a court of law here, correct?
How are you defining evidence?
All right, so I forgot to put the goal up, but it'll still. I have the timer here. It'll still be an hour.
All right, I'm defining it.
Okay, let's take out the term evidence. Are we in a court of law here? Or are we just having a debate?
Did you say that there's no evidence?
I said it.
You said that there's no evidence, and I said, okay, this is relative to
okay, show me the evidence.
Predicate.
All right, fair enough. What I said was there's no evidence we are currently in a court of law. Provide the evidence that me, you, and James are in a court of law right now. Go ahead.
You just said that you wanted to define terms first, and you
right. And so what I did was
the
I just
Federal Rules
spoke
of Evidence, Section 401. There are two very, very low bars for anything constituting evidence, and again, they constitute evidence in one of 5 rungs. Okay, which
I understand that. My claim is we're not in a court.
Honestly, it's all pointless because it can only be my feelings and things until the actual trial starts and real evidence is presented. That is absolutely true. But by that time, these groups will have already been made. The divisions are already made. And so understanding where these people are coming from is important for the discussion that is going to come when we do have more evidence. Because then if we know, okay, they think X, Y, and Z, and then evidence comes out that's actually, well, it's A, B, C, then having the understanding of this is where they're coming from without actually having to, if you don't have the time to sit and watch the trial and go through the transcripts and all that stuff, there's a lot of it is pointless, but that doesn't mean, or pointless at its face, but definitely still important. Shout out to Colonel Quayle. Welcome to the party. Every time I see James, I want to throw change at him. He's talking that animist? I have no idea what that means, but welcome to the party.
Just let me define the first two, the 2 prongs. They're really basic. If a fact has any tendency, it's intentionally low on the Federal Rules of Evidence to make any other fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And number 2 element, if the fact is of consequence in determining the action. So basically, for the normies out there that are brainwashed to TV and movies, thinking evidence is only material evidence, only direct evidence, and it's a super high bar, basically everything is evidence.
Basically everything is evidence. So you can see where he's going with this, that it doesn't have to be anything strong. It's just that if there's not anything that proves Israel didn't do it, then that's compelling evidence. That's the way that he's framing the debate. Agree with that, but I understand how these people think they are experts, but are just retarded. Well, it doesn't. That's exactly the point. That it doesn't just apply to this. It doesn't just apply to this. This is the most extreme, not the most extreme, but the most extreme example we have right now. But this is exactly how these people operate on every single other thing, every single issue, every single election. This is the type of mentality that they bring to it. And so understanding that this is where they're coming from is hugely important, especially since they're good at the the propaganda game. Imagine walking down the street in the 50s and James Madeline walking down the... What are you talking about? Shout out to R.I.P. Haven, or is it Rip Haven? Welcome to the party. Why does anyone need to understand where these people are coming from? These people are no better than the Lindsay Clancy defenders. They are mentally unstable. Well, that is exactly the point. So we have the Candace crowd. Then now we have the Lindsay Clancy crowd. Why would you think that it wouldn't be it wouldn't apply to other areas? Do you think those are the people who are on Candace's side? Do you think the people who are on Lindsay Clancy's side are not voting, are not talking to their neighbors, are not doing their own podcasts, are not doing any of these things? That's precisely the point. The more crazy they are, the more important it is to understand what type of crazy it is. Hey, shout out to Wicked Dream with the $5. Here's a treat for Marty, and no more ads. Thank you so very much. Making yourself the new sponsor of the stream. Gang. So, bringing us up to 15 out of 250 for the week. 1 out of 15 donos for the night, and 5 out of $75. Thank you so very much to our boy Wicked Dream. Appreciate it.
Evidence, only direct evidence, and it's a super high bar. Basically, everything is evidence, legally speaking, among lawyers, and that's really important.
That's interesting. That's an interesting non-response to what I was specifically saying. My point was that you're using
you said you wanted to define terms.
Right, please, let me finish my point. What I said was I wanted to define terms in the term compelling. And I said compelling to me basically means convincing. And I don't think that you've raised the bar of convincing and saying convincing means reasonable suspicion, a specific legal term. I said the fact that you're trying to conflate that, we're not in a court. We still have to use terms that matter.
I'm
What
using
you're doing is
legal
like,
terms.
please, you're doing this sleight of hand where you're saying, well, compelling to me means any evidence, right? So for example, you read the 5 legal standards. Can you show me where it says the term compelling means one of these 5 legal standards? Go ahead.
Yes, specifically, that's what I was trying to do. You're calling it a slide. You came into a debate on reasonable suspicion, which is the lowest burden of persuasion accorded by law.
Where's
by
the topic say
rules
that?
of evidence. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. You came into a debate on reasonable suspicion, which is the lowest of the 5, and it means I'm reading from Supreme Court cases, any articulable fact supportive of any suspicion that an investigator might have. And then I asked you, well, what do you suppose, Rob, is the difference between reasonable suspicion standard and a probable cause standard, which I knew you'd throw at me. And you know what's even higher than a probable cause standard is a preponderance of the evidence standard, which is compellingness has different levels that you must reach, different evidentiary levels at each of these. So it's reasonable suspicion, which is where we were, which is what a police agency or an investigative agency operates.
I do want to jump in just to be sure that we're on the same page, Tim, because you had mentioned it during your opening, but it was on Saturday, August 15th at 2:45 p.m. that you messaged me. Let's debate whether there's compelling reason to believe Israel instigated/helped Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, what you're doing is you keep saying, no,
but
wait,
that's defined.
I give you plenty of time to speak. Let me have a chance. You just said you came into a debate in reasonable suspicion. I did not. You're just asserting that reasonable suspicion is the lowest standard. I don't disagree with that when it comes to legally. You haven't provided a nexus to the word compelling means reasonable suspicion. Even there, you were like, yeah, there is. And then you just went off about what reasonable suspicion means.
Compelling
so show me the link.
Convincing.
Let me finish, please. So show me the link where there's some sort of Supreme Court decision or some sort of legalese that says the word compelling means reasonable suspicion or higher.
It doesn't.
Show me that.
Okay. Alabama versus White.
Okay, what's
a
it say
Supreme Court case that says that there's an important difference. You asked for a Supreme Court case. Reasonable
what's it
suspicion
say?
versus
You don't
probable
just say the
cause.
name
And
of
what
it.
it defines as compelling, since you asked, now let me answer. Alabama versus White.
He's so smug.
And if you have researchers or fact finders, look it up. Reasonable suspicion means at the investigative level, articulable facts that are
So he's just saying what reasonable suspicion is, again.
lower in both quantity and quality than probable cause standard. Now, there are 2 separate probable cause standards. There's probable cause standards to get a warrant sworn out by a magistrate. Let's call it thin probable cause.
Just yapping.
And there's 6 standards if we differentiate between these 2. Then there's thicker probable cause standard, which is what we're going through in the Tyler Robinson case right now.
The question is, how did all of that stuff that you already said that you're saying again, how is that related to the word compelling? That is the question.
Get a preliminary hearing moved to a trial. That's even more probable cause. Once you're in trial, there are 3, depending on what kind of law you're doing. And compellingness is defined and is mutually constitutive according to what level of law you're at. There's a lower civil standard. That's preponderance.
Look,
there's a higher civil standard that's clear and convincing.
Okay.
And the highest standard is jury standard, which you know. You keep trying to interrupt. That's
No. You've talked at greater length than me, right? Like what I'm saying is you keep going off on sort of this, well, this is the standards. This is reasonable. I agree, right? No one's arguing that. What we're arguing is proof that these court decisions said compelling is reasonable suspicion. I personally have pulled up Alabama versus White. I've searched the term for compelling. I don't see it. You wouldn't be lying that it says the word compelling in Alabama versus White, would you?
Got him.
That'd be a really bad
I told you that the distinction between reasonable suspicion and probable cause is laid out there. And you asked about the investigative predicates.
That's not my question.
Well,
I said,
you don't get to ask a question when you don't even know the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause.
That's outrageous. What I asked
you came into a reasonable suspicion debate without even defining the term.
I do want.
He literally just said, no, it's about compelling, not reasonable suspicion.
Break this into 1 minute back and forth, or if you guys would prefer 2 minutes, do you guys have a preference for 1 or 2 minute?
1 minute's fine to start. That's fine.
Okay. So since they're going to 1 minute trading off, let's check out what is going on with Ryan and Dee Dee. And you guys said you're more interested in this aspect of it. So we know where Ryan's going to be coming from the same place as Rob. So I'm just trying to see.
And we got, why does that say Adam Cohen? I'll switch that here in a second. That's tomorrow, guys. That's tomorrow. He's not Adam. But yeah, we're going to be debating tonight. I think same thing as tomorrow, right, Ryan?
No, tomorrow's a totally different.
We can do that. First time on the channel, right? I'll let you. Yeah.
So my audience is saying that they can't hear it on their end. Ryan, can your audience?
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, they can. Are you doing it on StreamYard?
I'm doing it on StreamYard.
You shared, move it.
Yeah, if you guys,
Boom. Attack.
thank you for
And for 50
if you guys have this
From the
for tomorrow, totally different.
chat, we'll get started here in just a minute.
Well, look, tech issues get the best of all of us.
Struggle
yeah.
streaming. All right, let's see where they at.
my live stream, it's not working.
Go from my prettier video than me, though. So
Might be the same. I'm not sure. Okay, we will get started. Ryan, we'll let you start your opening here.
All right.
Whenever you start talking, I'll hit the timer. If you got
And so again, I just want to get a feel for what the opening is, especially since we're trying to cover 2 debates. We'll see how much we can cover. Them talking is just showing people they are nuts. Their arguments, while entertaining and watching a car crash sort of way, are not persuasive to anyone with a brain. Well, I mean, I would either disagree or say that there's a lot more people that don't have brains than we're giving credit for. It always goes back to the George Carlin bit. You know how they say, fuck, I'm gonna mess it up, but they, 50th percentile means that half of the people in the world are dumber than that. So unless you whatever the country, whatever. And so the fact that you're here, the fact that you're interested in this stuff, the fact that you pay attention to this stuff, the fact that you're just a grown adult that survives in the world already puts you ahead of a lot of these people that, again, also vote, also drive on the roads, also do all these things. It is scary. To say there's compelling evidence, a reasonable person would have to find your evidence grounds to be at least suspicious. I'd love to hear what evidence they have. Spoiler alert, none. David said, well, if the preponderance of evidence is enough, it becomes compelling. But compelling is a higher standard than suspicion or speculation or circumstantial or something doesn't add up. Right. And so that was basically the long and short of how that debate went from what I saw. That, Rob is saying this and that. And the other guy was just like, well, but maybe Israel could have done it. There's more, there's more in the discussion itself as opposed to the substance of what they're saying. But, let's see what this is, and we'll see which one we want to spend more time with.
got my stream up and muted, you should be able to see that timer at the same time.
that's all right. I'll run my own because I don't have yours up.
Perfect. All right. Whenever you're
Hey,
ready.
debate fans. Welcome. My name's Ryan Mullally. I'm an attorney. I've litigated at every level of the U.S. legal system up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court. And I've been covering the Charlie Kirk issue, the preliminary hearing into whether Tyler Robinson can be bound over for trial. I was a fact checker at the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate. And I'm here tonight to argue that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And there is.
Right. So this one, the overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk, whereas the other one has to do with Israel.
Now, let's be clear. There still needs to be a trial. No one here thinks that Tyler Robinson has already been convicted or that his right to a trial should in any way be infringed. No one's making that claim. What we're here to talk about is the evidence presented so far, which is overwhelming. Now, overwhelming is a subjective term. What overwhelms me might not overwhelm DD and might overwhelm you. That's fine. We don't need to get hung up on the definition. Just listen to the evidence, judge for yourself, and I think you'll have reached the same conclusion that I do.
Nice picture, James.
That it's overwhelming. And the reason I find it overwhelming is that it's not just one thing. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is a collection in which each piece corroborates the other pieces, making the whole stronger than any individual part. So what do I mean by that? I mean that the case against Tyler Robinson isn't one that's just built on one eyewitness, or built on one piece of DNA, or one piece of video, or one alleged confession. This is a case where surveillance, physical evidence.
And he doesn't get any better. He doesn't get any better. You guys know that while Rob can, go hard and, go toe-to-toe with the best of them, there's a level of, like, if you're not actually in the debate, then you can see he's on his back foot because Rob got him. So again, we'll see a little bit of this, we'll see a little bit of that. Either way, after tonight, I am done with this shit until the trial.
Forensic evidence, digital evidence, and Tyler Robinson's own confessions, along with other evidence, all converge on the same conclusion, that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Now let me walk you through that convergence. So let's start with the surveillance video.
All right, so and then okay, he's gonna go through his evidence and blah 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 blah. Let's see what is this still
lover Lance Twiggs. Hey, know that
yeah. We were right there.
All right. 5-10 minutes on an opening here, then
All
we'll
right.
get into the open dialogue.
So I've heard this Didi Got a Podcast name being thrown around with the Candace Owens thing. So I think he's a much closer person to that narrative than anything. Your lawyer argues before trial that the death penalty should not apply for the aggravating circumstance of endangering the public because you hit your intended target. They're admitting guilt. Yeah, okay. Yes, but not everybody who is either found guilty or takes a plea deal is actually guilty. You're just playing devil's advocate here. If they know that the evidence doesn't go in their favor, let's just assume for the sake of argument that it was not Tyler Robinson. But all the evidence shows pretty strongly that he did it. They might then, him and his lawyers might then decide, okay, if we go to trial, you might get the death penalty, even though you didn't do it. So take the lesser charge or take the plea deal to save your life. Now, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying that doesn't intentionally mean that he did it, but it absolutely does mean they're admitting guilt. Shit. To Glowindar. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We're bouncing back and forth between two different Tyler Robinson debates, and we'll figure out which one we like better. We were just talking with Rob Noor and some smug dude about whether or not Israel was involved, and this is Ryan Mullally basically taking the same stance, and Didi Got a Podcast being a Candace stand. Shout out to Rage Page. What did I do? Welcome. So let's see what he's
If
got.
you're just joining us, let's get this out into the algorithm and let a lot of eyes hit it. Let's go. Whenever you're ready, Didi, I'll hit the timer.
Absolutely. I want to say thank you, Ryan, for agreeing to have this conversation with me. I know you're super eager to do it. Jesus Christ is Lord. I want to start off with that today. I believe today's discussion, much like Ryan has stated, this discussion will ultimately come down to a difference in evidentiary standards, or perhaps more accurately, a difference in how we assess the evidence. In other words, I believe, much like Ryan stated, we're probably going to have a fundamental disagreement over what the word overwhelming actually means to us personally. I don't know what happened to Charlie Kirk. As someone who is genuinely approaching this conversation in good faith, I truly would like to know what happened to Charlie. I'm sure you and I will both concede to many points during today's discussion, and I don't think there will be much disagreement that there are several pieces of quote-unquote evidence that could point to Tyler Robinson being involved in what happened to Charlie Kirk. But being involved does not necessarily mean that he was the person who actually took Charlie Kirk's life, let alone the person who was on the rooftop of the Losey Center. And I think you and I can both agree that Tyler Robinson, according to his own supposed boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, was someone who apparently never talked, according to Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson was someone that never talked about politics or the LGBTQ issues in relation to Charlie Kirk.
Until they texted about it after.
Position today is not that I have overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy, although I do believe there's good reason to believe that they may be the case by default. My position today is that there is overwhelming evidence that some sort of or some kind of cover-up is taking place. And one of the many reasons that I and many others struggle to believe that Tyler Robinson took out Charlie Kirk all by himself from the rooftop of the Losey Center, outside of simply not trusting the government and recognizing that the government has lied to us many times before, is that many of the most important, and one could argue most damning pieces of evidence that would absolutely incriminate Tyler Robinson are, as of today, some of the most questionable and disputed pieces of evidence we have available.
So far, I'm liking this one better.
Whether that is the video footage, the images, or lack thereof of Tyler Robinson in the parking garage on campus, or the lack of clear footage showing him on the roof. We're told this person is Tyler Robinson, but where's the rifle, right? We're told that we're supposed to see a rifle in his pants. Instead, many of us see what appears to be a bulge where his cell phone would be, as I'm sure we'll discuss later. We also see him bending both legs on camera or changing the legs that he bends. And I understand, before we get into it, that this may be that is possible to bend your legs with a rifle in it. But based on the footage we have seen, it certainly makes this explanation less obvious. Tyler was supposedly on the rooftop for 32 minutes, the one rooftop that local, state, and UVU police
Were you watching this Rage page? Because I didn't know this was like I already set up the stream for yesterday's with Rob and Tim Gordon, and we were getting into that. But I was kind of coming at it from an angle like, okay, well, this is why this is a shit show. If this is a better podcast, or if this is a better conversation, rather, then we can definitely stay here. But I'll put it up to you guys. We'll let this play out a little bit. I'll put up a poll, and you will choose.
Apparently seemed to miss. And then there's the question of Charlie's extensive, very expensive security detail. Civilians apparently saw the person on the roof well in advance, and there's video evidence of this.
That's
Yet
what
nothing
I'm
was done in
saying.
time, at least according to what we currently know. And to our knowledge, the person who filmed that individual has never been even contacted by law enforcement. That sounds eeringly similar to some of the questions surrounding the Butler narrative. The point is that we notice patterns. We're told that we're supposed to see a bulge, as I stated before. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. Again, I understand that it may be possible that while okay, I double typed there. Here we are.
Why is he reading? That's so weird. Oh, that's so weird. Remember everybody was saying that it's so weird and unprofessional that Andrew was reading his opening debate or his opening statement?
Today you will not see a single piece of evidence presented that demonstrates in an irrefutable way that Tyler Robinson is the person shown in every image or video being attributed to him, not only anywhere on campus, but even at the police station.
Haven said, the thing I don't get is why people are so infatuated with Israel over the last 5 years or so. And I had the same exact question maybe a year or two ago. And I always knew that there was this group of people that were always like, it's the Jews for every little thing. And, those people have definitely been elevated in those 5 years. But I think people who are a little bit more, maybe not rational necessarily, but the aspect of being able to discuss the relationship that the U.S. has to Israel, certain things that are going on, making those connections in a way that doesn't make it seem like you're just saying, Jews! I was saying the exact same thing, and, talking about Nick Fuentes. And I was like, I don't get it. Like, I thought we didn't do that anymore. And the fact of the matter is, I was just unaware of how relevant all the Israel stuff had always been. It just hadn't been in the discussion until October 7th. But yeah, it's weird, and I don't like it. Shout out to Steve. Welcome to the party. So trying to get the death sentence taken off the board is standard legal practice, and does not admit. It does admit guilt. It doesn't mean we have to be specific with our words here. It does admit guilt, or at least in the way that Tyler's is. That is admitting guilt. But admitting guilt is not the same thing as actually having done it. I was saying earlier that not every person who is found guilty nor takes a plea deal did the crime. But they are absolutely admitting, yes, he did it, but he only hit the one target, so please don't put him on death row. We gotta be specific. Nick said, if you think it's weird to write an opening argument for a debate, you may be unfamiliar with the concept of a debate. As most people who watch the debate were. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How are you? All right, have it back.
In an irrefutable way that Tyler Robinson is the person shown in every image or video being attributed to him, not only anywhere on campus, but even at the police station. That includes his car that Ryan has already stated. That includes his license plate. That includes the footage currently available or supposedly available from the Losey Center rooftop, which, by the way, doesn't show him actually taking the shot. All right. Apparently, according to an official statement during the preliminary hearing, such footage does not even exist. That is absolutely mind-blowing, given that flop cameras are all over Utah, not to mention the incredible number of cameras throughout the entire campus. We shouldn't have to wait until the trial to at least see one clear image of Tyler Robinson on their campus if such evidence exists. And that is the distinction I want to make very clear today. This discussion is not simply about whether Tyler Robinson was involved or not. It is about whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson actually shot Charlie Kirk.
The problem with what he just said, and I'll run it back, because is that assuming that you should have all the evidence. People in the courtroom were saying that the blurry photos that we all saw are copies or whatever, and the pictures they actually saw were much clearer. So this is going to be an example of him assuming that all the information that exists, he has, which is not necessarily the case.
We shouldn't have to wait until the trial to at least see one clear image of Tyler Robinson on that campus if such evidence exists.
We shouldn't have to wait for the trial if it exists. That's exactly what the trial is for. Yes, exactly. That's what the trial is for, to wait to show the evidence. The preliminary hearing is meant to see if there is going to be a trial. David, so do you mean admitting guilt or pleading guilty? Admitting guilt means you are guilty. Pleading guilty to a lesser charge doesn't necessarily mean you are actually guilty. So that's why we got to be specific about actually did it and guilty. Guilty is a legal, what's the word I'm looking for? A legal distinction. So a clear example that it looks, two guys were hanging out and one of them murders somebody. Because let's say, okay, let's make it super simple. Two identical twins. They go out, some shit goes down, and one of them, someone gets killed by one of the twins. If they get the wrong twin, all the evidence is going to, DNA evidence, the fact that he was there, all that stuff is going to be relevant and going to match him. So at that point, it might be, even though you didn't do the murder, going to trial is not going to be good for you. So you should take a plea deal where you say that you are guilty. That doesn't mean that you did it. Guilt and what's a good word to distinguish between admitting guilt and saying you did it, and actual guilt, or actually the actualization of it. It gets lost in the details. Shout out to Daniel. Welcome to the party, sir. Wickets and all these people in the chat, and no one wants to donate to feed the Overlord. Why do you all hate dogs and want them to suffer? I don't know. Good point. Shout out to Quality and Deference, because vagina. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff really, really, really does help. Like, share, all that stuff. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. I said guilt versus legal culpability. Yes, but because of the fact that guilt and guilty are the legal terms, I'm trying to separate. You are guilty of this thing that you didn't do. What is the best way to say you are guilty of this thing that you didn't do? Just because you're guilty doesn't mean you did it. Bingo. So I'll just star that for now until we figure out a better way to say it. Even saying, just saying he's not a patsy. Patsies always end up dead before the trial. Well, I mean, the trial hasn't happened yet. So maybe. We will see. So again, if you're just joining us, this debate is happening right now. We're a little bit behind, but it is specifically on whether or not Tyler Robinson was the murderer. What I planned for was this debate with Rob Noor and this guy Tim Gordon on whether or not Israel was involved. It is a little bit of a shit show, but I wanted to focus on that aspect of it. But if this is a little bit more of a better conversation, we're doing it live. We'll figure it out. Admission of guilt and pleading guilty to a crime are only the same because you're being convicted, but the time will be different, right? Yeah, just you are fucked. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna look that up. So all right, let's see what this goes.
Incredible number of cameras throughout the entire campus. We shouldn't have to wait until the trial to at least see one clear image of Tyler Robinson on that campus if such evidence exists. And that is the distinction I want to make very clear today. This discussion is not simply about whether Tyler Robinson was involved or not. It is about whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson actually shot Charlie Kirk. There are several discrepancies that will be discussed today as well. When you consider the fact that several professionals, including Green Berets, former military personnel, law enforcement officers, and former SEAL Team 6 member Rob O'Neill have argued that what happened on video makes little sense when compared.
And we remember from the debate that that's one of the guys that Candace brought up, and Andrew was immediately like, "Well, wait, is he a ballistics expert or is he a shooting people expert?"
Former military personnel, law enforcement officers, and former SEAL Team 6 member Rob O'Neill have argued that what happened on video makes little sense when compared with the 30-6 narrative. Those concerns need and deserve to be addressed. When you consider the fact that the crime scene was paved over only days later and that a separate crew was reportedly used to excavate the earth underneath where Charlie was sitting, that raises questions. I understand that in itself isn't necessarily suspicious, but we'll get into that in the dialogue, in the back and forth. When you consider the fact that, from our understanding, the microphone Charlie was wearing has never been in police custody, that raises another question, because that microphone could potentially help us understand whether something else happened by way of the audio. When you consider that pieces of evidence, including Charlie Kirk's clothing, necklace, cell phone, and the microphone that I just mentioned, were reportedly turned over to TPUSA and Erica Kirk, that raises serious questions about evidence preservation and chain of custody. When you consider that the SUV was reportedly scrubbed, immediately sold, and sent away to auction, that raises another question. When you consider that Terrell Farnsworth was allegedly allowed to, well, not even allegedly, we watched him on film contaminate the crime scene, took the SD card, stood on top of Charlie's chair, or the chair that Charlie was sitting in that probably had blood splatter. Some could argue that probably had blood splatter on it, and immediately began going through the contents of the SD card just moments after Charlie was allegedly hit. That raises another concern. To our knowledge, he was never charged with anything related to that conduct. And to my understanding, that's a felony charge, right? These things are extremely suspicious, and at minimum deserves to be investigated. Why was he doing this, right? And the explanations that have been given are not satisfactory at all. Instead, what you'll hear many times from the opposing side, not necessarily from Ryan specifically, he comes off like a nice guy.
Culpable. Thank you, ChatGPT. All right, so when we talk about guilt, we are talking about what the legal aspect of someone. So you can be guilty of a crime, but you are not culpable of that crime if you didn't do it. Guilt and culpability. That's the difference we're gonna make. Because nothing's been more damaging to the legal process like wine moms and true crime. University probably paved it over to discourage people from taking pieces of the soil and grass. Yeah. Sometimes it's just that simple. And
the explanations that have been given are not satisfactory at all. Instead, what you'll hear many times from the opposing side, not necessarily from Ryan specifically, he comes off like a nice guy, but generally from people who take his position, is that something along the lines of, okay, fine. There were many weird behaviors that day, inconsistencies, irregularities.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why I read that differently. That's exactly what fucking... I think the word legal threw me off, but yep, my bad. You're right. Like guilt versus legal culpability.
Stupid.
My bad. And I did this whole fucking thing too. Like, okay, I need a good way to articulate and blah, 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 blah. Like, no, but I need to like that. And I'm like, okay, well, use it in a sentence. And blah, 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 all the way down. And fucking Equality had it right off rip. Shout out to Equality. My bad.
But generally from people who take his position, is that something along the lines of, okay, fine. There were many weird behaviors that day, inconsistencies, irregularities, unanswered questions, and reasons to believe that something else could potentially be going on in addition to the Tyler Robinson piece. But unfortunately, that doesn't exactly equal quote unquote interlocking evidence that someone other than Tyler killed Charlie. So let's just go with what the federal government has given us or what the state has given us and stop being low IQ conspiracy theorists. Many people want you to believe that the irregularities we are witnessing are simply the result of incompetence, as if everyone involved were completely inexperienced, because apparently all these things can be explained away as incompetence while simultaneously accepting that all of the evidence clearly points to Tyler Robinson actually shooting Charlie with no help from anybody else. That is the state's case. And I agree with one part of that argument. Finding something weird, strange, or unusual is not necessarily enough for a court of law. I get that it's not about vibes and feels. It's about what you can prove. I agree with that. But it is very important to recognize that the majority of people following this case are not attorneys, right? Most have never studied law.
Ryan is and Ryan has.
Nor do most of us claim to be legal experts, and we don't care to. What we care about is trustworthy evidence that makes sense. What we care about are answers to other important questions, including the highly unusual behavior of people close to Charlie that day. What we care about are the unusual changes TPUSA made that day. In our view, we have still not been given. It has still had not been adequately explained. We care about the apparent complete 180-degree change in the organization since September 10th. We care about the alleged complaints.
Well, and this is, yeah, and I keep saying the thing, I don't trust the media or the government, and fairly conspiracy-minded, but sometimes obvious things are obvious. And so you can see obviously that as of now, it doesn't make sense to bring in things like Israel, the French Foreign Legion, Egypt, REKT, TPUSA. And at this point, it doesn't make sense to do that. Now, that doesn't mean that the official narrative is what it is. But as we've been saying, that is what the trial is for. So at this point, to be saying, I already know how the trial is going to end, or at least I know it's definitely not going to be Tyler. I don't know how you get there. Did Tyler Robinson's defense admit to his guilt by trying? Throw that out there. That's the win for Ryan. So we'll let them go for a little bit and see if it's more conversational than the other one. And then I'll put up a poll and we'll decide.
Grievances Charlie was facing in his personal life, according to the people who knew him. We care about the Iran war, which Charlie reportedly opposed and strongly advised President Trump not to participate in, a war that ultimately took place after September the 10th. We care about Joe Kent's announcement that he had potential leads of foreign ties involvement, but Kash Patel himself allegedly shut him down from investigating those potential foreign ties. We care about law enforcement struggling to find the weapon despite having bomb detection K9s present, only for it to be found later by what appears to be more FBI present and not as many dogs. We care about the countless allegations of lies and strange behavior surrounding Charlie's wife over the past 10 months. We care about TPUSA's unwillingness, in our view, to simply have an open dialogue with the public about many of these questions. We care about the lack of good faith actors willing to acknowledge that alternative theories are at least plausible, including the drone theory presented by We're Not Going to Mars, Chris Martin, and others, which I would argue is far more plausible than the Tyler Robinson theory. We care about discrepancies in timelines and discrepancies between different accounts. We care about what we can actually see on camera very clearly, such as the allegation that Charlie's team denied medical assistance, placed him into an SUV, and did not allow a single EMT to ride with him.
That was fucking weird.
On the way to the hospital. Why would they do that? We care about George Zinn immediately taking credit and creating a diversion. People say, oh, he's just crazy. He's a crazy old man who's known for doing this, but that does not explain how it appeared that he had prior knowledge of what would eventually take place. We're not buying the explanation simply given to us.
All right, that's your time.
But if he does it all the time and he's making all this, like, oh, I knew the world was going to end, but then you've predicted it 7 million times before the actual apocalypse.
Finish your sentence.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you for the openings. I am fading away into the sunlight, as you can tell. Looks like the sun's setting right on my camera, and
it's a good look, Mike.
I normally have that. A little lower. We do debates usually about an hour or two after this time, so bear with me. It'll go away. I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm gonna reset the time for 60 minutes, and then when we get to about 50 to 55, I'll ask you guys if you want to do a quick little individual closing each for 2 to 5 minutes, just to summarize what you think's going on. Yes, I'm ghosting. Here we go.
Okay.
You guys can ask each other questions. Just try to let each other finish whatever they're saying before you ask your next one. And if you're asked a question, let's try to answer the question before you ask a follow-up.
Please.
Yeah,
So, well, let's see how this goes a little bit. If you guys aren't sure, we'll go back to Rob and see how that one's going. And whichever one you guys like better, we will stick with.
By the way, I think a lot of this is probably going to be, Dee Dee, you asking questions about various pieces of evidence that I presented because I have the affirmative. So I laid out the evidence I found overwhelming. I suspect you're going to want to ask me some questions about it. But before we do that, the question I had for you was, because I am an attorney, I think I look at this with a bit of a different perspective. And to me, if I put myself in the shoes of the defense team, right, their client is in jail and he's going to be in jail for like another year. He's already been in jail. If they had evidence that like the surveillance footage was faked or the text messages were faked, if they had evidence like that, they could have blown up the preliminary hearing. They could have gotten their guy to walk free. He wouldn't be in jail for another year. No defense lawyer is going to let their client sit in jail for a year for no reason, right? So I guess the question I have whenever people talk about what all kind of different theories, like maybe the video's faked, maybe the text messages are faked, maybe this is fake, that is fake, that sort of thing, is why do you think the defense team didn't bring this stuff up? If they could prove it was fake, their client would be free.
That's an incredible question. Thank you for the question, Ryan. My first
No, I mean, hey, we talk about goodwill. That's goodwill.
response would be, in all transparency, I don't know. I think the reason why, and I didn't get to a lot of the things, and I knew my opening statement was probably going to run to 12 or 13 minutes, but I still tried to sneak it in to see if y'all were going to let me. But one of the
They
things I
did,
get
and
to
you
talk
stopped.
about, was the fact that majority of the people that followed, if we only cared about the outcome of this trial, like if that's all we cared about, then you and I wouldn't be here today. I think we also
Angling
care
for
about
that
this thing
ranch. I
called
see
the
you.
court
I
of
see
public
you.
opinion. You and I are not here discussing because of the trial itself. Who cares what Didi thinks? Who cares what Ryan thinks? You're not on the case. We care about what majority of the people that are following this case in the public care. Are you confused about that?
Yes, I don't care what the mob thinks. I care what the truth is, and specifically in this debate, we're here to see what Ryan thinks and what Didi thinks. So what the fuck are you talking about? Are you just going to appeal to the fact? Well, a lot of people see that this is weird. So what? If I wasn't genuinely for a person, I would done it. Yeah, don't worry about that, guys. It's it's a free show. If you like what it is and you want to see more of it, then do what you can. But it is a free show. I am holding a balance on my credit card for the first time in a while, but we rage on.
Who cares what Ryan thinks? You're not on the case. We care about what majority of the people that are following this case in the public care. Are you confused about that?
Yeah. Well,
sorry,
do you
buddy.
think he's going to get convicted?
Well, I don't know, but the point that I'm making here is you and I are here discussing this.
My bad. Oh, well. My bad. It should be good now. Apologies. David said maybe pan-dimensional beings hired the Masons to convince the Foreign Legion to take Egyptian planes to send signals to the communist Mormon bees for subliminal bee dance to convince Tyler to be gay. Sounds about right, said Didi. Got him. And then they made the Jews... Got him again. Shout out to quality and deference because vagina with a $2 make you holla over on Rumble. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord, bringing us up to 17 out of 250 for the week. And for the stream, that is 2 out of 15 and 7 out of 75. Thank you to Equality, aka Batman. Thank you so very, very much. Said shekels for all. Yay! Thank you. It's always the bees. Steve said, how would the defense have evidence of stuff being faked when they do not have discovery yet? This lawyer is a clown. Okay, so sides are splitting. Let's see.
Confused about that?
Yeah. Well, I guess, do you think he's going to get convicted?
Well, I don't know, but the point that I'm making here is you and I are here discussing this because clearly in the court of public opinion, there's not this sort of majority that feel one way or the other. There's a lot of conflicting beliefs. There's a lot of people that don't believe the given narrative. Would you agree with that? The reason why I'm pointing that out is to say majority of us are not attorneys. Majority of us don't know how these things typically work in court.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, I'm approaching this from the perspective of the average civilian. I want to preface what I'm about to say next with that, because a lot of times we don't understand like the purpose of a preliminary hearing, right?
Well, and so the Haven's saying they don't need evidence. They're just going to show reasonable doubt. The way that they're not presenting evidence. I mean, they could present disqualifying evidence if they had it. I think we would have seen that in the preliminary. But yeah, it's the prosecution that presents all the evidence. And then it's up to the defense to be like, no, that doesn't tie to this because of that. And that doesn't tie. And that's wrong. And that's that. And that's that. So I think they're kind of just, he's kind of just saying, if it was so obvious that Tyler wasn't going to get convicted, then why wasn't that the result of the preliminary trial? As we just discussed, just because you are not culpable doesn't mean you can't be found guilty and go to court and all of that. So I think it's a fair assessment as of right now. Shout out to Breakout of the Algorithm. Welcome to the party. What's the consensus? Haven't been on YouTube much, but I'm wondering if people still believe the official narrative. Absolutely no way that was a 30-06. Well, exculpatory. Thank you. You guys are coming through on the vocab words. So I think that we just don't know. I don't trust the official narrative, but I don't think we have enough evidence. And I mean, I certainly haven't poured through the evidence, but based on what other people that I trust are saying, there doesn't seem to be enough evidence to say the official narrative is completely wrong, but there are definitely holes in the story. I don't know jack shit about guns, but it does seem like the 30-06 is a little bit too much to do that. But as we always say, bullets do weird things. Oh my goodness. Equality and deference again. Thank you so very much. And another treat for the Overlord. Thank you. Said, read the delightful conspiracy comment again. The what you said, shekels for all, or what David said? Maybe pan-dimensional beings being hired. Maybe pan-dimensional beings hired the Masons to convince the Foreign Legion to take Egyptian planes to send signals to the communist Mormon bees for subliminal bee dance to convince Tyler to be gay. And then the Jews made Charlie Kirk's mic explode. That one? We like that one. So actually, I'm gonna star those so that I remember later for those. Thank you again. Very much appreciated. And quality, I'll pull that over. Says Dilly to David. I love it. Wicked Drink said, you guys don't understand that because aliens don't wear purple hats on Tuesdays, they made Tyler do it. That way, the Jews will let them do it. It's got to be on a Tuesday. Throw it up on a Tuesday. Or you said they don't wear it on Tuesdays. I would think that they couldn't wear it on Saturdays. But hey, I don't know. Yeah, right. Hey, a little more. Well, that's the thing. The other debate was, about the Jews and all that stuff. If it was soft tip ammo, it was soft tip ammo. They conveniently leave that out. So, my understanding that means that it is more likely that it could have been done by a 30-06. Is that what that means? Breakout said, I've killed several deer with a 30-06, and I could tell from the sound that it is no way an option. I like the way you think. Well, dilly to you. Samesies. We got great minds thinking alike. Rip said, what a lot of people don't understand about these types of cases is that all evidence is given to the public. They do this so they do not corrupt the possible jury pool. Yeah, they do. And David is correct. I live a mile away from the scene. The Mormons are crazy. All right, let's dive back in here.
Preface what I'm about to say next with that, because a lot of times we don't understand.
What did he say?
Feel one way or the other. There's a lot of conflicting beliefs. There's a lot of people that don't believe the given narrative. Would you agree with that? The reason why I'm pointing that out is to say majority of us are not attorneys. Majority of us don't know how these things typically work in court. Mm-hmm. And because of that, I'm approaching this from the perspective of the average civilian. I want to preface what I'm about to say next with that, because a lot of times we don't understand like the purpose of a preliminary hearing, right? As opposed to actual trial. So all we see is what's presented in the preliminary hearing and what the defense is not allowed to do. All right. So we're learning as we go. Mm-hmm. And if something has not been presented as of yet, our perspective is like my current belief system is that they're not allowed to. The defense was not allowed to share certain things during the preliminary hearing.
I can help with that. They are allowed to. Now, in the interest of just having a good faith conversation, as fair as possible, at a preliminary hearing, they might choose not to. And let me tell you the difference between the two things.
Before we do that, let's shout out more God's Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome again. And like and share. That stuff helps out so very much, guys. It's free. It's easy. It costs you nothing. Help out the channel. Hit the like, share the video, subscribe if you are new. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, I'm going to see my niece again tomorrow. So I have a feeling that I'm going to be in a mood to stream.
At a preliminary hearing, the standard of proof for the prosecution is very favorable. So there's certain types of evidence that the defense might not put forward because they don't think it's going to be enough. It's not going to be enough, right? Like, for example, like if they thought they had something that was like a little detail that was wrong, that's not going to move the needle. It's not going to be enough. They might save that for trial. So they're not always incentivized to put everything forward. But if they could blow up the whole case, if they could prove the government was just lying, those are fake photos, those are fake text messages, they would do that at the preliminary hearing, and they are allowed to call witnesses. They did call witnesses during the preliminary hearing. The government didn't want to call the DNA experts, and then the defense called the DNA experts and cross-examined them for a couple hours. So the defense is allowed to call witnesses. They chose not to. And to me, that's the most compelling piece of evidence against the idea that like the text messages are fake and the surveillance is fake and this and that. Because as an attorney, I could tell you, if I could prove that those text messages were fake, you couldn't keep me out of court with a smile on my face. Because just one second, imagine how that goes. If I prove those are fake, that means that the police is lying. That means the whole investigation is suspect. That means those police perjured themselves. Those police might go to jail. The case against my client gets thrown out of court. The police all get fired. I'm a hero. My client's not in jail anymore. There's no way I'm not doing that.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I asked her if we could bring Morty. Unfortunately, she's like, well, she hasn't met any dogs yet. And yeah, no, but Morty will be fine for a little bit, but he's got to stay home. He's going to stay home.
Police might go to jail. The case against my client gets thrown out of court. The police all get fired. I'm a hero. My client's not in jail anymore. There's no way I'm not doing that.
Absolutely, great point. Here's my, because again, I can only go so deep into the legal jargon with you, but what I can say is I can flip that and I can say, well, if you're the prosecution and it's the preliminary hearing, why would you not present irrefutable images of Tyler Robinson?
They did.
I was gonna say, isn't that what they did? Shout out to Steve for the $1 make you holla. What is ZAR? Where's that from? Zimbabwe? Where are you from, bro? Thank you. So very, very much, and of course we will round that up to the dollar. Thank you. So very, very much. Everything adds up. It really, really helps, guys. Thank you, Steve. David said, I listened to Candace for the whole Becoming Bridget series, and when she started her CK coverage, she had 70K live viewers on YouTube. Last time I looked to see what she was saying, she was about 6K. Damn. That can't be right. Really? I don't know. Maybe it's just because when did you check that? Because maybe there's a lull after, because I would expect, leading up to the debate, there's going to be a lot. Then that's going to continue after the debate to get her coverage. And then I kind of feel like people will be like, all right, well, we just saw all of that stuff. Maybe I could wait a couple weeks to see what's good. I don't know. It's 88 cents, but we always round up here. We round up. South African rand. All right. Well, thank you. We'll keep, my dog's been trying to make friends with her since she was born. I know Morty will do that too. That's why I'm like, oh, please don't put it off too long because you're gonna fucking die. Ay. All right, thank you so very, very much. Let's update this banner and dive back in.
I can say, well, if you're the prosecution and it's the preliminary hearing, why would you not present irrefutable images of Tyler Robinson?
They did.
Where? Show me one.
So they put the image on screen.
Show it to me.
And so, well, hold on. Let me explain to people what happened if they didn't watch the hearing. They put the image on screen, and then the testifying police officer said, I identified this person as Tyler Robinson. Then they had Lance Twiggs' testimony where he said that was definitely Tyler Robinson. Then Tyler Robinson had in Discord messages said it was him. And they also have, though they didn't testify at the hearing, I'll admit that, but they also have the TPUSA representative who said they talked to Tyler Robinson that day, and they ran the license plate on his car and his car was there. So they have like 5 or 6 different ways of confirming that picture is him.
And so from here, what I'm going to be looking for is how good faith is Dee willing to be? Is Dee somebody who has stuck his heels in and, like Candace saying, 0%? Or is he genuinely coming with these questions and being willing to accept the answers? It's probably going to be the former, but I would love it to be the latter.
So I see what you just did there. I'm well aware of everything you just said, but that you didn't actually answer the question that I asked you. In the actual preliminary hearing, why would they not show any image of his clear face on the actual campus?
They showed the images from the surveillance footage they had, and it was enough that it was.
But
like,
so what you're saying is they don't have any clear images in 4K. They don't have to be 4K. Just clearly it's Tyler Robinson. They don't have any of them.
And so this is where I think he's like, well, you're talking about the images that are circulating online. That's not what is shown in court.
I guess my point is, and you said this earlier, so I don't want to make this like a gotcha because I think you were transparent about this. They're not playing to the court of public opinion. They're playing to the law, to the court, right? They're not doing it for you. They're doing it for the judge. And the images that they gave were sufficiently clear.
That's why, again, I don't know jack shit about it, but a lot of people are at least willing to say, like, I mean, bullets do weird things.
That multiple witnesses were willing to testify that was him. So I guess the question is, why would they?
They testified
that
it looked like him. They testified that it looked like Tyler Robinson. The question that I'm stating, because again, it's very important that I keep reiterating this.
Shout out to South Africa. Is that a good one? South Africa. Dilly.
There is tens of thousands of us who are really approaching this in good faith, and we're not convinced. Why is it so hard for them just to show the image of Tyler?
They did show the image. They did show the image of Tyler. Y'all just didn't accept it. But beyond that point, they also had enhanced footage of the roof, and they have enhanced footage that zoomed in. The issue is the defense convinced the judge not to make that evidence public.
When you say enhanced, explain to the audience what you mean by that, Ryan.
Enhance.
Zoomed in so that you can see the person more clearly. I think they also added circles and some highlighting to make it easier to follow. Because if you guys haven't seen the footage, if you look at the footage of the guy in the black hoodie, who I think is Tyler Robinson pretty clearly, but people can debate that, moving across the roof, that it's a very, very the camera's pretty far away, so it's very, very zoomed out. So what they provided was a zoomed in version where they circle him and you can see him moving, and the judge has that.
So I just want to just make sure I understand this. So you're saying there's video footage that we've all seen from however many feet away from the rooftop, showing this person running across the rooftop. That's extremely blurry. It could be anyone. You're stating that they zoomed in court and the footage became more clear.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know what it looks like. I'm telling you.
Okay, but like if it's a small thing and you zoom in, like it's not like going to be super. It's going to be somewhat pixelated, but you're still going to be able to see. Shout out to Yogesh. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
But we have witnesses.
I'm telling you what they said.
Oh wait, I missed this. Are we all not? Are we not all guilty on stolen land? Dilly. Of course we are.
To the judge, and the lawyers wouldn't lie to the judge because they get disciplined.
Right.
And it'd be very obvious because they're going to hand it to him. If it's not what they say it is, he's going to call bullshit on them. So
okay,
you wouldn't lie to the judge. It'd be crazy.
Okay, so Ryan, I just want to make sure I understand. So the video footage of this person running across the roof, you are convinced that it's Tyler Robinson, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell from the footage that it's Tyler Robinson?
From the footage itself?
No. Can you tell from the footage on the roof that he actually shot Charlie Kirk?
No. The way you know it's Tyler Robinson is that they tracked him in the stairwell where they do have footage of him that's identifiable.
They have footage of a person.
And then they track that person moving across campus over time. Then they found.
So let's do this. Is anybody does anybody want to go back to the Rob Noor debate and see how that's playing out before you make a decision? Because this seems to be a much more fruitful conversation so far. But there is a lot to learn from the other one. So put a one in the chat if you want to go back and check, or we'll just keep it raging.
Found his DNA on the roof on the screwdriver. Then they found his rifle in the woods where the guy ran with his DNA all over it. Then they found cartridges that were carved by him using a tool he borrowed from his boyfriend. And then he confessed to it. So you take the confession, the video, it all comes together, and it shows that that guy on that roof. So if I had to bet in my pocket, I'm betting that was Tyler Robinson.
Absolutely, and I'm not here to unequivocally state that it's not. I don't believe that it is. But this is what I am saying, because when you stack things on top of each other like that, it sounds so convincing. Let's actually break down
Well,
one by one.
But that's how a court case works. You stack.
Got you. Okay, fair.
Let's give him a chance to make his case. Go ahead, Diddy.
Sure. Go
So,
ahead. Sorry.
okay, so number one, you say that there was a fire cartridge in the gun.
Yeah, you're gonna have spikes like that.
That's true, and I believe there was 3 unfired ones. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact number, but
I believe there was 4 total. One of them was fired.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember the number, but it sounds
does that indicate when that weapon was fired or where it was fired? Do we have proof of who took that gun to wherever it was found in the woods? We don't.
Well, we see somebody wearing the same clothes that Tyler Robinson was wearing, carrying a rifle wrapped in a towel, hopping off the roof, running to the wood. Well, hold on. You asked the question. Let me answer. Run into the wooded area where the rifle was found, which is the same wooded area that Tyler Robinson scoped out earlier that day, with his DNA all over it, the carbons all over it. And by the way, when he texted Lance Twiggs, he said, "I'm going back to get my rifle."
Sure.
And then later that night, we see his car. They run his plate. He was going back to get his rifle.
Got you.
So we have some pretty good reasons to think that was him and his rifle.
Yeah. So in other words, we have nothing on footage that confirms that it was Tyler Robinson. We're going to get to this because you keep stacking these things, and we're going to break these things down individually. So just real fast. The footage on the roof. Are you claiming here today, Ryan, that you saw a rifle?
I haven't seen the enhanced footage. I was in court. I haven't seen it.
I agree. And okay. So do you believe that
I know people who have seen it, but I haven't seen it.
Right. And one of those people you claim you had on your show, and they give conflicting testimony from what 2 other witnesses or multiple witnesses stated that they saw. They claim that what we saw on the internet is the same thing that was shown in court. In fact, we see that on footage. Well, it was accidentally shown to us on footage. But here's
my point is more this. If there was no footage of the roof, the evidence would still be overwhelming.
Got you. That's your opinion. So when this person jumps off the roof, the thing that they're carrying.
Just saying that something is someone's opinion is not an argument. Just so we all know.
Be overwhelming.
Got you. That's your opinion. So when this person jumps off the roof, Ryan, the thing that they're carrying, do you believe that that's a rifle?
Yeah, a rifle wrapped in a towel.
Okay. So there's video footage of when this person hops off the roof. If you slow it down slow enough, this item, whatever it is, literally folds. Rifles do not fold the way in which this did.
Okay.
It folded like a towel. But the problem is, if it has a rifle on the inside, where's the rifle? We never see the rifle. And I'm asking in good faith. If a rifle is shown to me, Ryan, you and I are on the same page. I'll get on your side and we'll argue against everybody else.
I did not. I did not.
I like this dude. I don't agree. I don't necessarily agree with where he's coming from, but he's winning me over just on the charisma.
Not see it folding, and in fact, it looked the opposite to me. But let's say you've seen a video of it.
Bring up the clip.
100%.
Now, okay.
What did you ask?
I did not see it folding, and in fact, it looked the opposite to me. But let's say you've seen a video of it folding, right?
100%.
Now, okay. Now there's 2 hypotheses, right? Because you got this video off the internet, I assume?
Correct.
All right. So one hypothesis is that somebody posted a fake video on the internet, because people do that. The other hypothesis is that, in fact, this video shows the rifle folding up in a way that's suspicious and destroys the case. And the defense team is either so stupid they didn't notice it, or they're in on it. And that's why they didn't bring it to the judge's attention. But the thing is, if you watch the hearing, the defense.
So basically, this is going back to the same thing. Well, why didn't the defense show that and get this thrown out? It said, as I see it, if Tyler held up a sign to the surveillance camera that said "I did it" with his driver's license beside his face, saying he did it to become famous, they would all say it's fake. I don't know. I wish I was a little bit more familiar with the details. I didn't expect the discussion to be so fervent before we got to the actual trial. So I'm not super I'm not super familiar with it. But it does seem like every time someone's coming from Dee Dee's position of, well, the official story is weird and there's holes in the story, they never really get past that. And that's literally what happened. That's literally. She said, "I did it." Like, it's the husband. Come on. This team disagrees.
This team objected to everything. They objected constantly. They're constantly objecting and saying, "Judge, don't let this, don't do this." They're very active. They're not sitting there passive. It just, if I had to figure out what my probabilities are, The odds that the defense is in on it or so incompetent that they didn't raise this to the judge seems pretty low. And the odds that somebody doctored an internet footage for clicks seems pretty high.
So I was going to say, oh, well, that's probably a fake video. It's a bad argument, but he did present it decently well. I mean, obviously not only that it could be fake, but the fact that it could be fake or the defense is in on it. Otherwise, the defense would have put that forth in the preliminary trial. It's pretty strong. At least stronger than, well, maybe it's fake. It was AI.
So incompetent that they didn't raise this to the judge seems pretty low. And the odds that somebody doctored an internet footage for clicks seems pretty high.
So now we're going to go to, when we actually delve into the evidence itself, maybe what I actually saw is a fake video. And that's probably the high probability here. Because what I'm telling you is I'm looking at the same footage that everybody else on the internet, and we slowed the footage down. The item that this person was carrying when they hopped off the roof, if you
right, but that doesn't address that, like, what you're saying is irrelevant if it's not a real video.
Slow it down slow enough. The item folds. It doesn't look like a gun.
So I'm gonna refer you to what the Tyler Robinson's defense team said about like the internet crowd talking about this. This is from a hearing on October 24th, 2025. They said in court, there's reference to, unstable people coming into the courthouse, to conspiracy theorists saying things online. We're all aware of that. I mean, I don't know what the court has read. It's none of my business. I've received some wacky phone calls and emails. People.
Shout out to Ryan for doing the thing that I always say. When you're reading something that other people can't see, you talk slower and more emphatically, not faster.
To the courthouse, to conspiracy theorists saying things online. We're all aware of that. I mean, I don't know what the court has read. It's none of my business. I've received some wacky phone calls and emails, people telling me what they think happened here. It's noise. We're not litigating this case in the press. We're not talking to the crazies. My point.
Do they ever think the official story is the story because it's based off what's known, not what's fact? No, they never think that. They think that this is, oh, you guys are saying this is exactly it. So why even have a trial then? Why even have a trial? You already figured it out.
Point is, the internet and the public sphere is full of people with opinions, is full of people who are willing to make up evidence to get clicks. But when you're in court, you're held to an evidentiary standard. And for the lawyers, you're held to a standard of professional responsibility. So if they tell the judge, hey, look, that rifle's folding, and then the judge, or like they fake that video, and then it turns out that the defense counsel's just making stuff up, it's devastating for their client. It's devastating for their reputation. It's devastating for their profession, their career going forward. So when I say that I'm more moved by the evidence that's presented in the courtroom than I am by stuff that people circulate online, it's because the people in the courtroom are held to a standard. They're held to account.
Ryan, but I'm not here to dispute that with you, brother. We both agree with that. I would never argue against it. The problem is, first and foremost, you've already stated you haven't seen all of the evidence. None of us have. So you can't argue you can't argue in favor of something you haven't seen yet, like the video footage on the roof. We go by what we've seen in the public sphere, and what we've seen, we've slowed the video down. Number one, you never see him take a shot. Number two is I'll hold that until we get to the screwdriver.
That's what she said.
We proceed with arguing with the images and the videos if the response I get, from you is going to be, well, we don't know if that's what they actually showed in court or if that's AI.
No, what I'm saying is that
that's where I was coming from when he first said, well, maybe it's fake. It's like, that's kind of weak. But he did layer it with other aspects, making that, seem more reasonable. So I just put up a poll. Where are you on Tyler Robinson being the murderer? Very confident, somewhat confident, not confident, or confident that it's not him? Let me know. Beyond a reasonable doubt, that is the bar for guilt, not beyond all doubt. Not impossible. It could be any other way. Correct. So once again, the defense does not have the state's evidence as of yet, therefore cannot disprove it. What about what they're saying are you responding to? I'm not connecting the dots, because it feels like it feels like you're saying that Ryan is wrong because they wouldn't have that evidence to put forth. Am I understanding you?
Response I get, from you is going to be, well, we don't know if that's what they actually showed in court or if that's AI.
No, what I'm saying is that when you have sworn testimony in court from law enforcement officers, from witnesses under penalty of perjury, meaning they're lying, they go to jail.
Yeah.
Right. and they provide
Right to jail.
evidence, then that evidence is something that I'm going to give a great deal of weight because there's reason to believe it's true. When I see a random dude online post something, I don't give that a lot of credibility because that guy, he's not injured if he's wrong. He doesn't have the same stamp of credibility because he's not in an environment where the credibility is being checked in the same way. So what I'm saying is, if I posted a video right now of you turning into a spaceship and flying out of the room, I would assume people would give that very little credibility because it's just something I posted online. I just used my AI, said, turn him into a spaceship, make him take off.
Okay, so the text message that Andrew Wilson, your buddy, just released, how do you feel about that text message?
What does that have to do with this?
I'm going somewhere with it. How do you feel about the text message?
I feel pretty good about it, but where's that going with this?
Well, because you're stating that if it's not in the court, if it's not being shown in the court, then you can't hold it to this sort of high standard. But you believe that the text is real.
Well, you know, I was on Andrew's fact-checking team, right?
Correct.
I've seen the text message. Yeah.
Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome. Said if they are charging, it's a 99.9% chance he's guilty because they only charge with overwhelming proof. This isn't a state trial? So I told you, I didn't expect the conversation to be so robust at this point. I thought it was, and yeah, that's the federal government. I thought this was being tried under Utah law. Is the Tyler Robinson case federal or state? This is the kind of thing that you can't just give me a fucking Utah County Courthouse. Oh, this is Politico from the 12th criminal case. There we go. Accused of killing Kirk will play out in a Utah County courthouse under the local prosecutors, but a national audience may very well be watching. So I'll give you the link right there if you want to read the whole thing. But yeah, that's a stat from federal courts, not the state courts. Yeah, okay. It's definitely not the same thing. It's definitely not the same thing. Local courts do not have that level of consistency. The federal courts absolutely do. That's why Diddy was so fucked. State charges, maybe the additional Fed charges. Here, let me check. Hold on.
Shown in the court, then you can't hold it to this sort of high standard. But you believe that the text is real.
Well, you know, I was on Andrew's fact-checking team, right?
Correct.
I've seen the text message. Yeah.
But that doesn't. It wasn't shown in the court of law.
Sure, but I've seen it personally. Physically, I was there. Like, what are we talking about?
That doesn't. No. That doesn't change what was just stated, brother. Is the same text message being shown in the court? It doesn't matter if you saw it first. You are you. I'm not you. The public is not you.
But I'm not trying to convince you about the veracity of that text message.
What is this line of questioning?
I'm just trying to see if you're consistent, and you're not.
How am I being?
Okay, so in Tyler Robinson trials, are there any federal charges, or is it all state related? As of August 26th, Tyler Robinson is only facing state charges on the Charlie Kirk case. There are no federal criminal charges against him at this point. It's the state of Utah versus Tyler Robinson. So yeah, that stat is for federal. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The preliminary hearing is a Utah thing. You right. You are you.
I'm not you. The public is not you.
But I'm not trying to convince you about the veracity of that text message.
I'm just trying to see if you're consistent, and you're not.
How am I being inconsistent?
Because I'm saying that there are things in the public sphere that we as the public investigate, analyze, and you're saying, well, if it's not being shown in the court, then we shouldn't trust it.
No, I'm saying that when you analyze things,
he's saying just because something is shown outside of court doesn't mean that you can trust it. Not that because it came from the court, that's the only evidence that can be taken into account. Got him. They have no discovery or evidence that the state has yet. As per the pre-trial, they will not get that until after the judge's decision that the case is going forward. Thank you.
We as the public investigate, analyze, and you're saying, well, if it's not being shown in the court, then we shouldn't trust it.
No, I'm saying that when you analyze things, you should assign credibility based off of the circumstances in which you find the evidence. In-court evidence has very high credibility because there's all these checks that keep people from fabricating, from lying. There's penalties in place. Online credibility is very low because there's almost no checks. And in fact, there's an incentive to lie because it gets you clicks and attention. So
what Didi needs to say is, okay, you're right, but he needs to flip it the other way around and say, just because it wasn't shown in court doesn't mean it doesn't exist, especially if Steve is saying that they don't have discovery yet, all that stuff. Then it does make sense that there would be exculpatory evidence that they're not using, they're not aware of, and then they also might have aspects of, the defense strategy that they don't want to put out because they see that there's enough evidence to that they're going to bring it to trial, and so you don't want, keep your cards closer to your chest.
Online credibility is very low because there's almost no checks. And in fact, there's an incentive to lie because it gets you clicks and attention. So the credibility is very different. Then you ask me about a text message, which has nothing to do with our topic of debate, really.
It literally does. It's about Charlie Kirk.
Well, but no, it has almost nothing to do with it because it's not
What's his daughter's name? You must not care.
Evidence against Tyler Robinson. It's a thing that Andrew said, and I happen to believe it because I physically saw it with my own two eyes, but it's not part of the evidence against Tyler Robinson.
Okay.
So, let me put it this way, just to explain it. If Charlie texted the day before
but
that he was afraid the left was going to kill him, it would be irrelevant.
Being respectful, you're dominating the space. So just real fast. So
domination.
The images of his car, of his license plate. Do we have an image of his license plate that clearly shows his license plate?
I'm not sure.
We don't. I'll answer that for you.
Yeah. But we have law enforcement officers that testified that they ran the plate.
So yeah, Didi, you gotta punctuate that. So you just got him to concede that we don't have any clear information on his license plate. We need to punctuate that with showing why that's important. That could have been an amazing moment for him in the sense that he did get him to admit that. And then if you punctuate, see, that means this. Because as somebody who hasn't been following the details that closely, then I don't know how well the partial plate versus an actual plate, how does that tie in? Like specifically.
I'm not sure.
The defense would still discredit any publicly available evidence, so it wouldn't even get to trial. So they definitely have received at least some discovery because they asked for time to review evidence before the next court date. All right, let's see exactly what we got. Let's do. What level of discovery does the defense have at this point? This point appears to have very substantial amount of discovery. Essentially all of the evidence the state says it has received, but that does not necessarily mean they have every piece of underlying investigative material. The most useful snapshot is the June 23rd hearing. Prosecutor told the judge that the state had just provided 12 additional ATF lab files, and this brought them to approximately, quote, 100% of what we have being shared with the defense. This progression is important. So January, state said more than 90%. February, they said shared 100% of what they had received from law enforcement, but there were terabytes of digital evidence still being processed, including potential, surveillance footage. In April, the state had produced a 225-page discovery index identifying more than 20,000 files. Defense was specifically seeking under DNA data from the FBI and the ATF. In May, the defense had received thousands more files, including around 2,300 residential surveillance cameras, plus additional ATF FBI material. The defense nevertheless noted that the question was not simply what the state had produced, but what might still exist that the state hadn't received from its law enforcement partners. That's in May. So in June, the state said it produced approximately 100% of what it received, with a few additional requested items still being turned over. And then there's a significant development. The defense has now actually had the opportunity to examine and challenge much of that evidence during the 5-day preliminary hearing in July. They cross-examined the state's witness, called their own forensic witness, including FBI and ATF personnel. The defense specifically attacked the DNA methodology and ballistics evidence. For example, the defense already knew about and litigated the ATF's inconclusive ballistic finding. The damaged bullet jacket could not be definitively identified as having come from the rifle associated with Robinson. Defense also obtained the underlying forensic materials sufficiently to question the ATF FBI experts about it. Important distinction. If you're asking, does the defense know what the prosecution's case is? I'd say yes, to a very high degree. They've seen surveillance footage, confessions, DNA evidence, ballistics, police reports, witness statements, residential surveillance, phone evidence, crime scene evidence, autopsy, rifle and related evidence, forensic laboratory reports, and they've already been able to use some of that material to challenge the state's witness. But if you're asking, does the defense possess literally everything that could possibly exist about the investigation? That's different. State's repeated claim that has essentially been 100% was read is not necessarily 100% of everything federal and local agencies possess or may eventually produce. So, yeah. And so if you're trying to assess how much opportunity the defense has to discover weaknesses in the prosecution's case, the answer is a lot. This is not a situation where the defense is going into the preliminary hearing largely blind. So, we got .gov, some people's Substack, and ABC, Podscan, bunch of stuff there. So, according to this, they got it. If it's there, they pretty much got it. Oh, man. Those fucking lights, man. Those fucking lights. Oh. Yeah, so it seems like they've got a lot. Shout out to Vigilante TV. Welcome to the party. There's Chadful. How the fuck are 50% confident it was him? Most of the evidence we've seen looks fake as fuck. Well, again, this is the difference between what you and I have seen versus what was seen in the hearing. Where are you on the poll? If you don't mind that I ask. David said, here's another thing. If I believed my child was innocent and being charged, I would be on every news channel screaming my child is innocent and on every podcast. Sounds about right. Now, again, we do want to take the severity of this. This is a potential death penalty murder case. There could be things that the lawyer is saying, like, don't even say anything. But you said the security footage they posted on social media, especially the roof videos, look AI. The texts that were posted sound like a Fed wrote them. At this point, I am not convinced it's him. Fair enough. Yeah, I was saying it looks like that's the most obvious person, but that doesn't mean that I affirmatively think that it is him. So far, I think the official story is closer to the truth than the Candace, Patsy, Israel, France, Egypt, Erica Kirk, TPUSA. That seems more likely. That doesn't mean that I'm saying I believe the official story. That's the comparison. The official story versus we'll just call it the Candace files. There, the official story seems more legit. That doesn't mean that the official story is legit. It's just more legit. His parents are not under a gag order, and they have never claimed he is innocent. Shady.
So any of the images, the images of his car, of his license plate, do we have an image of his license plate that clearly shows his license plate?
I'm not sure.
We don't. I'll answer that for you.
Yeah, but we have law enforcement officers that testified that they ran the plate.
Sirs, I think it was just one.
It might have been. I'm not.
It is just one. I think it was that night.
Sorry, it was. It was one, and then he was referencing the police report of another one, because there's the guy who's testifying in court about the surveillance footage, and then there's the report of the guy who was in the police car that turned away Tyler Robinson's car on the morning when he was coming back to check for the rifle. And so there's two different.
How do you guys have time to know this? I'm not that, like, he's the actual lawyer, but, like, you know, if he's already I don't know how big he is, but he seems like he's an established streamer. But if this isn't what you do, how do you have the time to get this deep into this case? It's surprising. Which I believe the Israel part of Candace's theory, not going to lie, not because of her evidence, but because searches of Tyler Robinson's name spiked a lot in Israel a couple days before the shooting, something we've seen often with false flags lately. I think we were watching the Rob Noor the Rob Noor debate from yesterday. It just kind of turned into a shit show, and this was live. But from what I understand, again, I don't know the details very well, but it doesn't seem like there was enough time between when Charlie started to turn on Israel and being able to radicalize somebody. So unless we're saying, that he wasn't like a stooge, that he was part of, some Israeli force or something, perhaps. I'm certainly not going to say that can happen. But I don't know how strong the evidence is there. Well, fairness, to target it was a Candace Owens costume. What?
Different ones, but that's the two officers I was thinking of.
Okay, well, you could be right, and I do mean that in good faith. But my understanding is that there's only one police officer that testified that he believed that he saw Tyler Robinson,
okay,
and then
that's kind of pedantic.
Partial plate numbers.
Yeah, so there's two ways that they could do it, right? Because there was the one officer in the morning who ran the partial plate when the car came back in the early morning of the 11th, right? Then they also have footage of his car in the parking garage on the day of the shooting.
Correct.
So I think, and I'm doing this from memory, but
based on what little I heard from Rob talking about the timeline, if Israel is involved, then it would be much more likely that he wasn't like a I don't know, is a stooge and a patsy the same thing? I mean, like someone who is radicalized to believe they're doing the right thing versus somebody who knows they're in a negative, like a harmful conspiracy. I think it would have to be the latter. And I don't know about that. I definitely am not saying no. But
right? Then they also have footage of his car in the parking garage on the day of the shooting.
Correct.
So I think, and I'm doing this from memory, but I think if memory serves, that the order was they ran the plate on the 11th in the early morning when this officer had like a hunch. He ran the plate.
What are you saying here? As about partial plates, there was a family that were all held at gunpoint, cuffed and stuffed into cop cars because flock camera read an X as a Y and flagged the car as stolen. Gotta love those flock cameras. Right, no, I know, but I'm saying the difference between he was radicalized versus him being of sound mind, knowing that this is a false flag. I don't know how you differentiate those, but I think it would have to be that he was knowingly involved.
And I'm doing this from memory, but I think if memory serves, that the order was they ran the plate on the 11th in the early morning when this officer had like a hunch. He ran the plate, right? So that's one. Then later, when they were doing their investigation, they looked at the surveillance footage and they saw the same car in the parking garage, and they could confirm it was the same car via the plate. So but it happened in backwards order, right? Like
I see what you're saying. My understanding was it happened a bit different, but fine, I'll grant you that. Again, I'm taking the position that of most people I've seen and heard from, yes, there's a great amount of people who take your position for sure, but there are so many of us that do not, and I'm just listing out the reasons why we don't. The footage, if only we could just see the license plate, that's blurry. The images of him going up the stairs, if only we can see his face clearly, we don't. The rooftop, if only we can see that it's Tyler Robinson, we don't. Okay, fine, we don't have to see that it's him. Can we at least see the person taking the shot? We don't. The screwdriver that is found on the roof, can we at least see that on body cam footage? Body cam footage turns off.
But so going back to the notion of him being a patsy, why would they make it that difficult to pin it on him if they wanted to pin it on him? You would think that if he was a patsy, then it would be very, very clear in the eyes of, just the basic investigation. They'd have the murder there, the murder weapon there with his fingerprints and clearly on camera. No? All the letters were hidden, but the cops didn't run the plate right in front of them. I bet you do. I bet you do. All right, so Perea Patsy is a victim who's framed for someone else's crime, while Stooge is an actor. Okay, so I knew they were the same. So yeah, he would have to be a stooge for me to. I wouldn't have to, but if Israel was involved, and I had to put money on whether he was a patsy or a stooge, I'd put it on stooge. Yeah, I'd put it on stooge. If Israel is involved, or if Israel is behind it, which I don't think they are.
You see, like when these things stack up, it's very hard for people to just say, well, we're only going to pay attention to the things that Ryan listed that are pieces of evidence. The text messages, the Celebrate extraction process, which the Celebrate extraction process itself isn't necessarily unreliable, but it's also not the most, what's the word here?
Yeah, nobody think of their words tonight. And so what Nikki was saying earlier about, wine moms and true crime, I have a feeling that a lot of these people who are not necessarily pushing against the official narrative, but putting forth a different narrative. There's a stooge named Pat. Got him. I feel like a lot of these people do watch that true crime and think of, well, the court has to have proof, 100% proof before anything happens. And so if we don't have proof that it was Tyler Robinson, then it must be something else, because we're going to have the 100% proof of whoever did do it. So if it's not 100% on Tyler, then it's got to be somebody. I think that's their mindset. That's their mindset. Oh, definitely not. I just, with Charlie, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The timeline doesn't make sense unless it was a stooge. My money's on Twigs and his Discord crew setting Tyler up more than Israel. You never know. You never know.
Necessarily unreliable.
And you never will.
But it's also not the most, what's the word here? There are certain processes, as I'm sure you understand.
So, yeah, the internet.
That has to take place in order to confirm that what is being shown from the extraction is pretty accurate, such as sort of the timeline, deletions, etc.
Yeah, so the thing about the text messages, and you said a bunch of stuff there, so I'm want to circle back to it, but let's stick on the text messages for a second, and I'll try to remember to address some of the stuff that you said, because I think the text messages is an important
Write it down.
Worth getting into.
I agree.
So the way this happens, they have the text messages. They take pictures of the text messages. They extract the data from the phone to ensure the text messages, right? And then they had Lance Twigs sit down under oath, and they showed him each text message, and they asked him, is this true? Is this an authentic text message that you received? And he said, yes.
Right.
Like that, all of that is before the judge. So for the text messages to be fake, I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Well, no. I'll help you. It's not I'm not arguing that they're fake. I'm arguing that it hasn't been proven if they're fake or not, because all we have.
See, that's exactly what I'm saying. It hasn't been proven. How do you prove something is fake if it's fake? But Israel did try to offer Charlie a payout, and he turned down the money, and Erica suddenly accepted it after he died. And I'm not saying that doesn't move the needle to some degree, but did I start? Like Nikki said earlier, Israel's got bigger problems than some guy who is mostly on their side. I don't know. It's not about. I don't think Israel would do that. It just doesn't seem to line up.
Are the extractions. We have pictures as well. But this is why I was saying earlier, when you just stack things on top of each other as if it's so overwhelming. But if we break these things down, it's very clear why people are very skeptical about this.
Well, but
Lance Twigs, hold on, I'm about to explain it.
Yeah,
Lance Twigs is confirming that these text messages are real.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same Lance Twigs that for some reason has immunity, despite the fact that one of the witnesses, one of the construction worker, his description of one of the people that was dressed in all black, right, with long hair.
Didn't he get that for testifying?
fit the description of Lance Twiggs more so than it does Tyler Robinson. This person, whose DNA is also found on multiple different things that are considered quote unquote evidence, he's the one with immunity. He's the one that's testifying against Tyler Robinson. It calls into question his testimony. There's nothing confusing about that.
No, he doesn't. Well, this is a misconception. It's a common one. He doesn't.
So maybe I'll put this to a poll as well. But what if you had to put a number on it? Right? Yeah, like that could be completely unrelated. But if you had to put a number on it, what is the possibility that Tyler Robinson was the murderer, but based on the evidence right now, the story, the official narrative is incorrect? But he was still the murderer that wasn't a patsy or a stooge. That's where I would need to think about it, because a lot of people again are putting just the Candace files versus the official story, and that's not all it could be. 50-50. Yeah, damn. Wicked Dream said Twiggs already dresses up as a woman, so that means he dresses up like Tyler too. And it really was Twiggs because his grandmother was Jewish. Got him.
He's the one that's testifying against Tyler Robinson. It calls into question his testimony. There's nothing confusing about that.
No, he doesn't. Well, this is a misconception. It's a common one. He doesn't have full immunity. He has what's called use immunity, which means that they cannot prosecute him for the testimony he gave. Right. The reason that he needed use immunity is that in the back and forth with Tyler Robinson, they talked about destroying evidence, and he in fact did destroy evidence. He burned the goodbye note. That's a crime. So he confessed to crimes. So if they didn't give him use immunity, then when they asked him to testify, he would just take the Fifth Amendment and say, I'm not testifying because you can't make me testify against myself. So you give him use immunity so that you can get his testimony. He's not immune for murder. If they found out that he was involved in the murder, he's not immune. He's only immune for the statement that he gave. And then backing up, when they say they have the text messages, what they mean is they have Lance Twiggs. They can look at Lance Twiggs' phone. They have Tyler Robinson's phone. They have the data from the phones. They have Lance Twiggs sitting down saying this is all real and true. So not only they have the evidence digitally, they have a confirming witness. They have basically everything. The level of conspiracy that would be required to fake all that is mind-boggling.
Well, we haven't seen those things as of yet. All right,
but they told the judge that they have them. They referenced them, and of course, what I'm doing is I'm taking the attorney's word for it, because if they say to the judge,
right. So Didi's like, well, I haven't seen it, so it doesn't matter if the judge and the prosecutor and the defense all agree that this is or is not evidence. I haven't seen it, so it doesn't matter. There is absolutely, you guys are bringing up very legitimate questions about the official narrative. That is not one of them. He destroyed evidence, but took photos before and after doing it. The mentally ill. Vigi said, the info we have right now looks fake and the trial hasn't happened yet. So the only people who believe he's guilty are bootlickers. Nope. Just people who are not necessarily looking into the conspiracy side of things, and all the attorneys and all the officials are saying it's him, and we have a decent amount of evidence that it was him, and most of us are just saying, okay, well, that's where our starting point is. That's the explicit difference that I'm trying to make. If in the comparison between the Candace files and the official story, it seems more like the official story has the through line. That's why I was asking about the notion that Tyler was guilty, but the story is different than what they're saying. It still was him. They've just got some things wrong as of now. Well, yeah, but we're not talking about in court. We're talking about our personal opinions of whether we think it happened. Obviously,
but they told the judge that they have.
No way. I don't know if this needs to be said, but just in case anybody was confused, I'm not claiming that someone should be put in jail or put to death before a trial. Thought that was pretty obvious, but
that would be required to fake all that is mind-boggling.
Well, we haven't seen those things as of yet. All right,
but they told the judge that they have them. They referenced them, and of course, what I'm doing is I'm taking the attorney's word for it, because if they say to the judge, Judge, this is the evidence, and then they hand the judge the evidence, and he opens it, and he's like, "This isn't what you told me it was."
Fair.
They're going to have a big problem on their hands.
And
So is believing that aspect right there, saying, well, the attorneys told the judge that they have it, so I'm going to trust that. Is that being a bootlicker? There we go. There we go. Yeah. So what did he
They
say?
say to the judge, "Judge, this is the evidence," and then they hand the judge the evidence, and he opens it, and he's like, "This isn't what you told me it was."
Fair.
That's really bad for the attorney. So that's a good reason to believe that what they're saying is true. Does that make you a bootlicker for following that line of logic?
They're going to have a big problem on their hands.
And fair. And as I told you in my opening statement, I was being genuine when I said that I'm here in good faith. I really do mean that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But however, so the fact that we haven't seen it, that adds to the point, or the reason why so many people are still skeptical to believe these things. And are you familiar with? And I want to pull this up. It was a case where the Celebrite extraction data came into question. Her name is
I gotta pee.
Karen Reed. Are you familiar with the Karen Reed case?
I'm not deeply familiar with it. No, some of my
Okay.
friends covered it, but I haven't covered that one.
Okay, and I don't have to go much into details, but within that case, there was some text messages that were called into question and then were later removed from evidence because it was extremely misleading with the times. So I'm going to read what I wrote down here in my notes. This is what it says in the summary. The Karen Reed case showed that Celebrite extraction data shouldn't automatically be treated as infallible. In that case, Celebrite initially reported a 2:27 a.m. timestamp that became a major piece of evidence, but later removed that timestamp from its automated reporting after determining that the artifact could be missing. Another forensic program, Magnet Axiom, continued to display the underlying artifact. The important lesson isn't that Celebrite is unreliable, it's that forensic extraction software can misinterpret or differently label underlying phone artifacts.
Yeah, but here they also had the physical phone, and they also had Lance Twiggs going through the messages and authenticating them.
So they had Lance's phone. Did they have Tyler's phone too?
Yeah, they did take Tyler's phone. I think the photos are of Lance's phone, if I recall correctly. But
yes, because we haven't seen the evidence yet. We should treat him like he's innocent until the trial actually happens and he's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't matter if the judge has seen it. We haven't proof, or it didn't happen in this internet age. I mean, you're free to completely say, I'm not even going to speculate on anything. You're absolutely free to do that. That doesn't mean that people speculating are automatically wrong, whether they're speculating that the official story is correct or that the Candace files are correct or anything else. It's an entirely different category of saying, this is what I think based on the information that we have now, and I think he should go to jail because of the information that we have now. Those are two entirely different things. And see, it is kind of convenient that whenever we get to that level of like, well, maybe he did do it. Like, well, innocent until proven guilty. Like, yeah, no shit. That's the underlying thing of any crime that we ever talk about ever. What we're talking about is we started from innocent until proven guilty, and we have a decent amount of evidence that shows, according to the attorneys, that he is very likely guilty, which is why he's going to trial, so that we will see whether or not they can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. That doesn't mean at this point we have no idea what's going on. Two entirely different things.
Authenticating them.
So they had Lance's phone. Did they have Tyler's phone too?
Yeah, they did take Tyler's phone. I think the photos are of Lance's phone, if I recall correctly. But
right,
I mean,
from my understanding, I don't believe there's Celebrite extraction that was showcased during the preliminary hearing of Tyler's phone. I could be wrong about that. My understanding is that it was
the way that
you don't want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer. Just started BCS last night. Shout out to El Camino. Great movie. And of course, Breaking Bad. Best show.
But
right,
I mean,
from my understanding, I don't believe there's Celebrite extraction that was showcased during the preliminary hearing of Tyler's phone. I could be wrong about that. My understanding is that it was
the way that the evidence came out, like we only see a small part of it. I can't tell, sitting here today, I can't tell you for sure which phone was extracted. I do know that when you get arrested for murder and they book you, they take your phone. So, like the idea that his phone is certainly not in his possession when he's sitting in jail all this time, right? So but more critically, and this is the thing that I keep coming back to, Tyler, you have Lance Twiggs saying these are real, going through them.
And so let's go from the other side here. Cosco Law School saying Candace also thinks Lindsay Clancy is innocent, so her judgment is totally gone. Agreed. But that doesn't mean that she's not pointing out legitimate inconsistencies in the official narrative. That doesn't mean that she's not talking about actual holes in the story, so on and so forth. The idea is that while we don't have to remain completely neutral and say, well, I haven't seen anything, we haven't seen the trial, so I just don't know anything at all. That also doesn't mean that the weird things from what we have seen shouldn't be pointed out and be like, well, I need an explanation for that. It's just, you're not going to get that explanation until the trial. Now, after the trial, if there's all these holes, then it becomes a lot stronger to say he was a patsy or a stooge. I personally am just not ready to go there yet. It's definitely possible. I said during the Andrew Wilson debate that it is entirely possible that every single thing that she has said is true. Not likely. It's possible. And I'm not ruling that out. I just don't think it happened. Probably. That's probably that seems to be the only avenue to if you're talking about Lindsay Clancy, that well, she was just a poor pregnant. I've been pregnant and I'm a mother, and we all know that sometimes we want to strangle our kids. We gotta throw ice into the bathtub. It's the first time I felt sorry for her rich husband. I wouldn't leave my kids with a woman who said that. Yeah. I mean, I forget who it was. But somebody was talking about how the Lindsay Clancy thing is going to be a something that people point to when the gender wars continue to get worse. Like, this is a big thing where just men in general are looking at women in general and be like, whoa, you all feel like this? And you want the nuclear codes. You shouldn't even be voting.
But more critically, and this is the thing that I keep coming back to. You have Lance Twiggs saying these are real, going through them under oath, saying these are real. And again, if there was a way to blow this all up, like if the defense had a smoking gun that could have blown up these text messages,
They would have done it in the
oh my
preliminary
God,
hearing.
they would have done it. They would have done it, and he'd be free. And by the way, that lawyer would be like a hero, and they'd be like the next Johnny Cochran, right?
So
They'd
let
be
me
hired
ask
for
you-
everything. They'd be making millions.
Ryan, let me ask you an honest question, man, because I'm so curious about this part. And part of the reason why I was excited to talk to an attorney about it is because
See, that I understand. Casey Anthony showing up in support for Lindsay makes perfect sense. But it kind of seems like, oh, there's nothing really special about Casey Anthony or Lindsay Clancy. They're all like that. That's what it seems.
because I'm so curious about this part. And part of the reason why I was excited to talk to an attorney about it is because I was sharing this on my channel before we hopped on. What this has become a lot of times, and it happened in my conversation with Warren, is tribalism. Instead of actually trying to figure out what really happened to Charlie, what you get is people name calling and insulting, which I'm sure is taking place on your channel at this moment. This is what you typically find: nasty people, instead of just trying to figure out what happened to Charlie. I preface my statement with that to say, why are there so many other people, including attorneys, multiple attorneys online, not just creators themselves or independent journalists themselves?
Because they are likely thinking that because they're a lawyer, that they know everything. And so with the evidence that's been presented, well, if normal people can be internet detectives, well, I actually have a law degree. There's therapists that cut off children's junk. So, the appeal to expertise is not really a thing. I looked him up. He's, got almost 250,000 subs. So he is definitely an established dude.
There's so many other people, including attorneys, multiple attorneys online, not just creators themselves or independent journalists themselves, but people who have just pitched in their opinions, have stated that the opposite of what you just said, right?
Well, I mean, fair enough on the aspect of speculation the concept of speculation. I think that's fair. Saying I'm not going to speculate until the trial is going on. You're absolutely allowed to do that. But the issue is what they are speculating. They are speculating that it could not have been her, and it was the husband who was not home.
Independent journalists themselves.
They crazy.
But people who have just pitched in their opinions have stated that the opposite of what you just said, right? They believe that the preliminary hearing is not a time when the defense would present this sort of damning or groundbreaking evidence that would disprove the prosecution's case. Why is it that you as an attorney can state this, but then other attorneys are stating something completely opposite?
The same way you can get a second opinion from a doctor. It's almost like we don't have all the information yet.
Because they're playing on a subtlety in the law that's hard to explain. So I'll give it a shot, but it's a little bit hard to explain. This is why there's some wiggle room that they're playing with. At the preliminary hearing, the judge is not allowed to pick between competing inferences. What that means is,
okay, Candace blames the medication for Lindsay's action. She does not say that Lindsay didn't do it. Stop making me defend Candace. Will do. I'm doing my best. All right, I'm doing my best. I don't, I'm not following this stuff super closely. It's not really of interest to me. Lindsay, with Lindsay, a lot of speculation is actually insane. My girlfriend heard a theory that it was the new wife. Oh my God. It was actually the CVS cashier. That's who it really was. Psych! Maybe pan-dimensional beings hired the Masons to convince the foreign leaders to take Egyptian planes and send signals to the communist Mormon bees for subliminal bee dance to convince Lindsay to kill her kids, and then the Jews made her kill her kid. Or the Jews made her jump out the window. Wait, we got a screenshot of that. Which face should I make? Come through New Year's Eve. We will go through all of the crazy moments from 2026.
playing on a subtlety in the law that's hard to explain. So I'll give it a shot, but it's a little bit hard to explain. This is why there's some wiggle room that they're playing with. At the preliminary hearing, the judge is not allowed to pick between competing inferences. What that means is if he looks at the evidence and it's reasonable that Tyler Robinson did it, we go to trial. But if he looks at the evidence, it's reasonable that Tyler did it and it's reasonable someone else did it, you still go to trial. So because of that, there's certain types of evidence that the defense might not submit because they keep it under their hat and save it for the trial. But we're not talking about that kind of evidence where you have a competing inference.
Right.
We're talking about like
that could,
boom, bombshell, blow up the case. Like
understood.
like stuff like, because I mean, man, like could you if you could prove the police faked the photos, like God damn,
Well,
everyone would be fired.
it's not even about faking the photos, because there's one thing to fake a photo, it's another thing to post a photo that's not actually Tyler Robinson that they claim to believe is Tyler Robinson. Those are two different things. And to be clear,
I would love for Ryan to ask, like, okay, so what do you think happened? What based on even if there's like holes in your timeline or whatever, like what is it that you think? What is your speculation at this point?
I want to make sure that we're on the same page here, Ryan.
And hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait, not that one. It is the Candace people that are doing the speculation on the Tyler trial. Ryan, like a lot of us, are just going by what the facts of the case are. So yes, it is speculation, but it is speculation within the context of the attorney speculation. It's not personal speculation at this point to say that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler did the murder. So Uno reverse. If it's not okay to speculate, then you've got to just go with the fact that it is likely that he will be convicted, but we don't have a trial yet, so he's innocent until proven guilty. Saying that, bringing Israel into it, that is speculation. I'm totally fine with anybody speculating, but if you're saying we shouldn't speculate, don't speculate.
A photo that's not actually Tyler Robinson that they claim to believe is Tyler Robinson. Those are two different things. And to be clear, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here, Ryan. The question that I just asked you is not about those sort of smaller pieces of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard attorneys argued that the reason why major pieces of evidence that could alleviate Tyler were not shared during the preliminary hearing, because that's not what the preliminary hearing is for.
Well, I'd point you to Andrea Burkhart, who she's another attorney. She's very good. I think her coverage of this has been like the most fair. She's a defense attorney, so she leans defense, but she's not political. And I understand your point, because I am political. So there's always when you're talking to someone who does political advocacy, you always got to take that into account. But she's not. And if you look at her coverage, she's going to say the exact same thing I just said. And it's just because that at the end.
I got you on this one. Going with the prosecutor saying is speculation because we haven't seen the evidence as an appeal to authority. Right. But that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm appealing to the authority. I'm not making any speculations. I'm just appealing to them. They said this. Okay, they are the ones that are the authority. I'm not making any speculations. I'm just reporting that they have made this speculation. They are speculating. I am not speculating anything. You, sir, by bringing Israel into it. You, sir, by thinking it's anything other than Tyler Robinson is the speculation. And I'm not saying you are wrong for that, and I'm not saying you're incorrect in the speculation. But I'm not speculating anything. The lawyer said this. I'm going with what the lawyer said because the lawyer is the authority there. That doesn't mean that the authority can't be wrong, but yes, there's a justified appeal to authority. Because we don't know. Got him. Got him. I mean, do you really? If you want to go through on the speculation thing, we can go on that. I'll drop the link, but I think I got you there.
You always got to take that into account, but she's not. And if you look at her coverage, she's going to say the exact same thing I just said. And it's just because that at the end of the day, he's in jail. You know, I mean, your client's in jail. If you could get him out, you would. Right? Like it's not that complicated. If you could get him out, you would. Because why are you going to let him rot in jail? Because this trial's not going to happen probably for like 9 months to a year. It's a long time to let an innocent man rot in jail if you have evidence that proves that, you know, he was framed or he's a patsy or this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But I never found any issue with speculating without evidence. You're the one that said we shouldn't be speculating.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to let you guys know we're 26 minutes, or we have 26 minutes left. So, and then we'll get into the Q&A.
Yeah. I mean, I know we earlier you were talking about, we talked about a bunch of different things in terms of the surveillance footage and whatnot. But I guess my question for you is, okay, though I think it was him on the roof because I see the surveillance footage. There's testimony about him moving across the campus on some footage that I agree we have not necessarily seen yet. There's the zoomed in footage that I agree we haven't seen yet. But then also his DNA's on the screwdriver, his rifle's in the woods, the bullet carvings, the text messages. It all comes together. And it convinces me that this is probably true. And even if you took out one piece, like even if there was no surveillance footage of the roof, I'd still think he did it based off the other evidence. So I guess...
okay. And so the difference there being, I still think he did it based on the evidence and appealing to that authority without speculating, well, what about this and what about that? Different levels.
What I'm wondering about is why doesn't the fact that all this evidence points in the same direction move you?
Fair question. And I'm going to speak for so many people when I say this. It is because these pieces of evidence that you're talking about are called into question. Right. So when you say there's this piece of there's evidence on the towel, it's not only Tyler's evidence. I mean DNA that's on the towel.
But what have you so far presented that knocks down anything that Ryan said? Fair enough. If there's weird stuff out there, then you should be able to say, well, that doesn't fit with what the attorneys are saying is the evidence.
Who took it to the woods? You say, well, they have reason to believe that it's Tyler. Can we just see one clear image? We don't see a clear image of him in the stairwell. We don't see a clear image of him at the police station. We don't see a clear image of him in the parking garage. In fact, the footage or the image that they shared in court, based on what has been released, appears, and I'm not saying that the court did this intentionally because I've seen people explain this away, but my understanding of sort of this image that was released in the parking garage, that wasn't even Tyler Robinson. It wasn't Tyler.
So you think the officer that identified him and Lance Twiggs were both, lying or wrong?
I think the image that they gave us was not Tyler Robinson, and that has been confirmed. That's what I think.
But both of them looked at that image and said that it was him. So you think they were lying or wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Ryan, I have a better question for you, Ryan.
No. I just want to run through
because it seems like if they're in the court of law, they're under oath, they have to tell the truth. I have a question for you.
Before we get there, a new poll. If Tyler was a patsy or a stooge, doesn't really matter for this question, it wouldn't be such a controversial debate whether he did it. Do you agree or disagree that if he was a patsy or a stooge, that the evidence would probably be a little bit more clear that it was him, or no? I pointed to the publicly available information in my speculation. Candace shit is all trust me, bro, and that's why I don't go by hers. They might just line up with parts of hers for different reasons. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. There's the reasonable speculation gets lost in it must be the official story or it must be the Candace files. That's a false dichotomy. It doesn't have to be one or the other. But when we're putting them up as a dichotomy, then I'm going to go more towards the official story.
Yes.
Okay,
Ryan,
so-
I have a better question for you, Ryan.
No. I just want to run through
Because it seems like if they're in the court of law, they're under oath, they have to tell the truth. I have a question for you. The image of
just like
the
Fauci.
supposed person that's Tyler Robinson in the parking garage, not even the stairwell, was that Tyler Robinson? Do you believe it's Tyler
probably, yeah.
But we have two different images, bro. It's been proven that it's not him.
It has not.
It literally has been proven.
Proven by who? Where?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, and it's crazy. Your argument is if it's on the internet, it's not to be trusted.
Well, my argument is that when somebody
That would be speculation. I'm just being a dick.
doctors a photo and puts it online, and the defense attorneys choose not to use it because it would make them look like idiots. That
Well, it hasn't
yeah,
been time
I'm
for them to be used.
I'm gonna go with.
Hey, shout out to our boy, the horse riders. Welcome to the party. Very, very good to see you, sir. How are we doing? I know Twitch is your main platform, but we need to get those subs up. Everybody go sub to the horse radish. Welcome. There's about the same amount of evidence as the JFK assassination. Do you, I'm assuming that's me, still think that Oswald acted alone? No, I don't. Which is exactly why I don't accept the official story as with either of them. Again, the comparison, the discussion is in the dichotomy. If we are narrowing it down to a dichotomy, which is more likely to be right, the Candace files or the official story, I'm going to say it's more likely that the official story is closer to being correct. I'll even soften it that much. I'm not making the affirmative claim. I think it is this. I think that the official story is right. I think Candace is right. I think it was Israel. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm saying if you are putting them up against each other, then the official narrative sounds closer to the truth than Candace and co. their narrative. Welcome again. And everybody go sub up. Mr. Radish. Love it. All right, now I'm back in.
And puts it online, and the defense attorneys choose not to use it because it would make them look like idiots. That
time.
That's my that's just my shorthand for like the way that Candace is presenting her story of what happened with Charlie and Tyler and Egypt and Israel and Erica and TPUSA and all that stuff. That's my shorthand for people who are going into affirmative conspiracies as opposed to remaining skeptical of both and all stories. Sorry. John Doyle is correct. For those of us who want to win instead of being cool subversives? Okay, subversives. I thought that was like a cool name. We're calling ourselves the subversives. Subversives with a lot of clicks. This is retarded and infuriating. I mean, I don't disagree, but, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I'm going to go with the fact that defense attorneys didn't use it. And I guess the reason I was asking you about this is it seems like for what you're saying to be right.
Mm-hmm. What am I saying to be right?
That this is a fake.
Winning what? What should we do instead? What should we do instead?
fake image, right? And that the people who identified it were wrong or lying.
Yeah.
Right. So the officer has to be wrong or lying. And then Lance Twiggs has to be wrong or lying. And even if they are wrong or lying, they have to explain why his car was in the garage. Unless
Where's
they were
the
wrong.
proof that his car was in the garage?
They ran the
image
plate.
of his car hasn't. No, even the car was different.
They ran the plate. So wait. So when the officer said that was his car and they confirmed it,
He
the
said that
officer
looks like Tyler's car. That's
was
what he said.
wrong or lying.
No. Very, very sneaky of you. What he said was, it looks like, it appears to be Tyler's car.
And you're saying he's wrong or lying.
I'm saying that it doesn't look like Tyler's car to me. It has different.
They ran the plate.
Ryan.
They ran the plate, bro.
Ryan. It has different exhaust pipes. How do you explain it?
Okay.
Stop reading your chat, bro. Just
I'm not
just
reading. I'm not reading my chat, brother. I'm saying
That was good. That was good.
they test.
And again, because of the fact that we talk about building goodwill, he's been good faith. He's been all the entire time. Now you're, hey, stop looking at your chat. Well, dig in there. That's all good. That's why you want to come in with good faith. If you would like to email me, I will put it in the chat. It's just the Indian Jesus Official at Gmail official at gmail.com. Set it up. Put a point official. Yeah, sure. I'll go over that happily. The Indian Jesus Official the Indian Jesus Official at gmail.com. Thank you. Come
They
again.
ran the plate, bro.
Ryan. It has different exhaust pipes. How do you explain it?
Okay.
Stop reading your chat, bro. Just
I'm not reading.
stop
I'm not reading my chat, brother. I'm saying they testified it was his car. You're saying that they are wrong or lying because of things you saw on the internet. Now you're saying the same thing about when they identified him.
No.
No, I'm gonna keep going. When Tyler Robinson
30 seconds.
To be fair, he did say it's because I don't think it looks like Tyler Robbins' car.
because of things you
But even still, you're just some guy. That doesn't mean that you're wrong. And no, the cop said it, so it must be correct. I mean, get the fuck out of here with that shit. But if that's all we have, that's all we have.
saw on the internet. Now you're saying the same thing about when they identified
No,
him.
no.
I'm gonna keep going. When Tyler Robinson
30 seconds to Ryan here, and then we'll kick it over to you, DD, and you
when,
get a good.
when
good
Tyler
chunk of time.
Robinson confessed that he committed this crime, and when he confessed, he put specific details about the rifle and the carvings. I guess those were fake? Is that what you're saying?
We just talked about the text messages. We love.
And didn't answer the question.
The rifle and the carvings I guess those were fake? Is that what you're saying?
We just talked about the text messages. We love to get the metadata from the phone so we can at least know the device that was used, because there's even a discrepancy in the time that.
Hold on, I want to hear this because if you guys didn't see, Horseradish hosted the recent debate where I was like, never mind. Little Spurg Fest with Melanie, what's her face? But a debate about does debate fetishize intelligence? And we went one way, and Horseradish thinks it went the other way. And was it David asking why? So basically, if you accept that charm and persuasion requires some form of intelligence, and that fetishization is reducing a thing to a single aspect of its existence, then venerate that aspect. I at least see her point. I disagree with her framing, but within her framing, she was right. What's the single aspect? You're saying charm and persuasion. Or is it the other way around? Okay. You're saying you need the charm and persuasion to win a debate. And that requires some form of intelligence. I still don't get it. Maybe what happened with Katie, maybe pan-dimensional beings hired by the Masons to convince the Foreign Legion to take Egyptian planes to send signals to the communist Mormon bees for subliminal bee dance to convince Katie to be wrong, and then the Jews got to horseradish too. Come on, let's go. I got it there. I got it there. She said that fetishization is to reduce someone or something to one aspect. Like if fetishize a chick for her ass, she's just an ass to you. And so so then her framing is that it's only the even if there's charm and persuasion, that is part of intelligence. And so, I mean, I guess I could see it, but that was a bad performance. Charming is intelligence, and the debate is about charm. Fair enough. I mean, at least I get it a little bit more. I still disagree strongly, and that was a great example. We were just talking here about Didi. Gets a little jab in and will stop reading your chat. Well, because of the fact that he's been, good faith and such this whole time. It's no big deal. Whereas Katie came in hot. And ABG was like, all right, let's fucking go. That was wild. So definitely check out all the DMZ debates Wednesday still, sometimes maybe, and Fridays and Saturdays, but not until we're done here on Friday. Oh, all right. David said the only intelligible argument that was made for her side was made by Horseradish, and then he asked her if that's what she meant. Fair. I'll give that. The position has some internal logic. She certainly just didn't put it out there. Intelligence would be the single aspect. It loops the IQ style of intelligence, emotional intelligence, and social intelligence into one. Fair enough. Yeah, I got you. Steelman was understandable, but her debate was not good and insulting to everyone. Literally. She's like, well, maybe this platform is just too shitty. Maybe you guys are just too stupid. It's like, hey, yo. I literally changed my vote. I was gonna go 10-0 to AVG, the person who was on the other side of that debate. But the fact that there were points made, I couldn't do 0. I wanted to, but that wouldn't be fair. All right, now we got that. Let's dive back in here.
He put specific details about the rifle and the carvings. I guess those were fake? Is that what you're saying?
We just talked about the text messages. We love to get the metadata from the phone.
Was that a yes?
Know the device.
Was that a no?
Because there's even discrepancy in the time that these Discord messages were supposedly sent, because Tyler Robinson was already Mirandized. But just real fast before so
those were fake.
No, because you're trying to deflect. The image of his car.
He asked you a question, and now you're rambling. So maybe if he's trying to deflect, whatever. But tit for tat.
Tyler Robinson was already Mirandized. But just real fast
so those were fake.
No, because you're trying to deflect. The image of his car. You say that it is his car. How did you know that, Ryan?
Because an officer testified it was his car based on the fact that the idea is the make and model and license.
You're not telling the truth. It has different exhaust pipes. How do you explain that?
Because you are probably looking at a doctored photo.
I'm looking at the images. No, I'm looking at the images from the trial, brother.
Look,
from the preliminary hearing.
So then what are you comparing it to?
The images of Tyler. What you mean? I'm comparing it to images of Tyler's car when it was, I guess, towed.
What do you mean when it was towed?
Was this car not towed?
Well, what image are you referring to?
The image of Tyler's car. Am I misunderstanding that?
Well, you're saying that there's 2 images of his car.
Well, I was going to say there needs to be at least there needs to be at least 2 different pictures. It sounds like there are. And again, I'm not claiming that I know shit about this. All right, I didn't know this conversation would bubble up so much before the trial. Shout out to Bogs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. What is that vote? Yeah, if Tyler was a patsy or a stooge, it wouldn't be such a controversial debate whether he did it. So I'm saying that it doesn't, if it was the case, or if it is the case, that he was either radicalized or put up to this, knowing what he was doing, then it stands to reason that the trial and the evidence would be pretty straightforward. That, it's clearly Tyler Robinson. There's no other way that it could be. Maybe not 100%, But all these things that Dee Dee's bringing up, that Jesse on Fire brings up, that Candace brought up, so there's certain things and inconsistencies. It just stands to reason, in my mind, that if they were setting this up, they'd make it easy. People are saying he's a patsy anyway, so what is there to lose by making sure you hit the mark? No pun intended. Oof, that was not a good one. You know what I mean.
What do you mean when it was towed?
Was this car not towed?
Well, what image are you referring to?
The image of Tyler's car. Am I misunderstanding that?
Well, you're saying that there's two images of his car. There's the one in the parking garage. I know that one because I saw that one at the preliminary heering.
Yes.
You're apparently comparing it to some
You
other.
forget about
I'm
our
comparing
50.
it to an image of Tyler's car when it was towed.
Okay. When?
Shirtless is optional.
What image was that? What are we talking about?
How do I answer this question? There's an image of Tyler's car.
Okay.
I think what you're trying to get me to do is to say that it's an image that I also saw on the internet.
I think it probably was.
No, in order.
I think it probably was.
Hey, Ryan, where did you see the preliminary hearing? Where did you watch it?
Got him.
I watched it on the internet.
Where?
Correct. On
Where?
Court TV's live feed.
Where? That's the internet. You shouldn't.
Got him. This is why I didn't like this argument earlier. And he's right, but it's just not compelling. Pun intended. His grandpa's rifle, him on CCTV, him not denying it. Who takes a fall like that? And for why? A patsy. If he's just a fall guy, you have to convince me that the fall makes sense, and it just don't here. I tend to agree. But while not remaining neutral and saying, well, there's no way to wrong, putting my speculation based on the authorities that do have the information of trial, seems like a lot is up for debate. Look at a picture of a car on a rollback. This was this his car, or did some news story use a photo of a similar car for a story? So let's just search Tyler Robinson car. So we have, is this what he's talking about? So we have this, and that doesn't look like that. I'm assuming they're saying it's this one. Where's the exhaust? So we have, come on. We have double singles here. That's the case blown right open. Does anybody know specifically where I can find an image that would, so those of you who are saying, oh, the exhaust is different. What pictures are you appealing to? All right, I'll just grab that. Yeah, I only saw one there. I would imagine that there would be side by sides if this was a big point of contention.
See the preliminary hearing. Where did you watch it?
I watched it on the internet.
Where?
Correct. On Court TV's live feed.
Right. So where can I find those to compare them? So we have the AP one we saw. Where can I see the one that they showed in trial?
Hey Ryan, where did you see the preliminary hearing? Where did you watch it?
I watched it on the internet.
Where?
Correct. On Court TV's live feed.
That's the internet. You shouldn't trust what you saw. That video could have been doctored.
You think Court TV doctored the video of the hearing?
I think watching something on the internet means that you shouldn't trust it, Ryan, by your logic.
You think that my logic extends to you think that someone posting.
I expect Ryan to be able to handle this, but this is a good attack from Didi.
Something on X like, oh, look at this. I got this slam dunk footage.
Bingo.
Versus the people who were in court directed by the judge to point their camera at specific things in real time. You think those are the same in terms of credibility?
My point is
no. Answer the question.
There you go. Hold him to it.
I'm going to answer it the way I want to answer it. Just hear me out.
Okay.
Ryan.
I'm going to answer it the way I'm going to answer it means I'm not going to answer it.
I'm going to answer.
If you don't answer, I'm going to ask it again.
Listen. I told you I came in good faith. I'm going to answer your question, bro.
All right.
If it's on the trick that you tried is to try to get me to say social media. I never said social media. Yes, I've seen some things on social media. I said the internet.
Yeah, I think that like we just got to get rid of. Well, no, you just Googled it, and then the other side of it is you can just Google it. Like, do we trust things online or do we not trust things online? Are there ways that you can find something on the internet that's trustworthy? Okay, then.
You're telling me not to trust the internet.
Yeah, if Ryan wanted to go down on that attack, he would. Okay, where on the internet did you find it? Because now he left himself open for this attack.
Unfortunately for you,
I was just gonna
the
say
preliminary game was also shown on the internet. Should we not trust what we
got
saw?
him.
You gonna answer the question?
Got him.
The
A
question
double got him. A double got him. Oh my goodness. A double got him. Almost as good. Almost as good as a double projection. We haven't gotten a projection in a while.
For you, the preliminary game was also shown on the internet. Should we not trust what we saw?
You gonna answer the question?
Okay, so I think I had that. Let's go and open that window. Bum, 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 bum. 2 times. We had that, and then it's on Insta. Was this the video you're talking about? Oh, okay. Wait. That is the towing one. And access denied.
Robinson arriving at the Utah Valley University campus and speaking with Trent Eel.
Who is that?
Covered a rifle from area in this has been.
Nerf and there. Drop a link in the Discord. I'll keep this window open. But drop a link in the Discord of what you're talking about. Hey, shout out to Thomas. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Hopefully, we are done covering this bullshit until the trial. Echoes though, right? It's the Old Spice thing. Fucking StreamYard.
Unfortunately for you, the preliminary game was also shown on the internet. Should we not trust what we saw?
You gonna answer the question?
Ask it again.
The question was, do you think that
I told you.
Court TV's feed direct from the camera, which the judge was telling the reporter where to point?
Yep.
You think that has the same level of credibility as like stuff I find on X, stuff I find on social media, the internet writ large? You think it's the same thing?
See, this would have been 100% on point if he had gotten the source that Didi was talking about earlier. Because how do you know he didn't get it from Court TV's website or whatever?
Credibility?
I think it could, depending on what we're looking at on X.
Okay, so Court TV's
Court
TV's in on it too.
You know what? See, this is childish, man. Like this is the imagery that I'm talking about.
It's not childish. Because what I'm pointing out to you,
in on
Didi,
what?
and
Hold on. In on what?
Well, what you've said in our interaction so far is that when the law enforcement officer identified him wrong or lying, when they talk about TPUSA had a witness a representative that identified him and talked to him, probably wrong or lying because you're saying he's not there. When the text messages come in,
I never said he wasn't. Where did they come from?
But that's what would have to be the case if that evidence exists and Tyler didn't do it. That's the point.
But you're making things up.
So
when did I ever explicitly say Tyler Robinson?
Do you think he was there?
I don't know. I need to see it.
So when the TPUSA witness told police officers they spoke to Tyler Robinson, were they right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I saw the same images that you saw. The difference between you and I is that I'm honest about what I saw.
So
it's clear.
Are you? Whoa, you're accusing me of lying about something?
No.
Let's start with that point. Okay, he doesn't believe that Tyler Robinson wasn't there. He doesn't know. And then where were we going after that?
Thank you. I do not know if Tyler Robinson was there. I'm simply stating, which makes perfect sense. Where's the images? The images that they gave us does not prove it, which is strange. Ryan, do you not find it strange that there's not one clear image, one clear video footage of Tyler Robinson?
I think the images are clear enough. And by the way, they were clear. They were clear enough that an officer identified him, his lover identified him, his family identified him when those were released to the public, his Discord chat identified him when it was released to the public, and then he admitted it was him. So
where does it show that his family identified him?
In the information that was in one of the charging documents, the police, which is a sworn statement, by the way, under oath, that when the family gave their statements to the police.
Well, they're in on it too.
They reported that they identified him off of the surveillance footage that was leaked to the public. That was not leaked, released to the public.
Mhm.
Now, the family, thank God, was not required to testify at the preliminary hearing because that would have been brutal. So I'm glad that didn't happen. But
Why weren't they?
it would have been really brutal.
Right. So if you're the prosecution, why would you not have them to do it?
Because it's a real bad look. It's mean. It makes you look like an asshole.
Is that the best you got?
Wait, what?
In the information that was in one of the charging documents, the police, which is a sworn statement, by the way, under oath, that when the family gave their statements to the police, they reported that they identified him off of the surveillance footage that was leaked to the public. That was not leaked, released to the public.
Mhm.
Now, the family, thank God, was not required to testify at the preliminary hearing because that would have been brutal. So I'm glad that didn't happen. But
Why weren't they?
it would have been really brutal.
Right. So if you're the prosecution, why would you not have them to do it?
Because it's a real bad look. It's mean. It makes you look like an asshole.
Is that the best you got?
No,
That
they
makes
don't.
no sense.
Why?
It makes no
I mean, that's how juries judge things.
sense.
They
Unfortunately,
had probable cause. They had probable cause by a fucking mile. Why are they?
Why not just add
What? Because
insult to
imagine
injury?
because you drag the parents into court and you say, "Is your kid a fucking murderer?" And they say, "I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to testify. Put my baby to death because I love my child." And then they have to go, "If you don't testify, we're going to fucking throw your ass in jail." That's what it makes to force a parent to testify against their kid.
Yeah,
It's a fucking
you're-
shit
you're-
show.
you're
It's
talking
a
about a guy
mean
who
thing to do,
publicly
man. Like that.
right,
And
right.
I
Ryan, you're
think
talking
it
about-
actually speaks
That's
well
mean.
of their character that they didn't force this family to do this because they might have to force them to do it at trial. That they didn't have force.
that's what I was going to say too. Is that like likely they'll have to at least say something in the trial. And again, if they see that there's enough evidence to go to trial now, that's what a preliminary hearing is for. So it seems like a slight agreement that this would probably be a little bit more straightforward if it was a big plan.
To do it twice.
Ryan, this passionate speech you just gave convinced nobody. So first and foremost,
see.
We'll see. First and foremost, if you're the prosecution and you have an opportunity to like just put the hammer down and put this to bed, you're gonna show sympathy to the parents. You're talking about a guy you're alleging is guilty of aggravated murder and 6 other charges of pow-powing a man and potentially, risking pow-powing another person or multiple other people. You're claiming that he committed the most infamous, famous political assassination of our lifetime, and you're going to take it easy on him in the preliminary hearing.
Well, doesn't that speak to the fact that they already have enough evidence that they don't need to be mean? That's my speculation from that. Like, if they didn't have anything, then maybe they would pull the family in. But because of what Ryan's saying, like, that's a bad look. And the fact that they likely have to testify in the actual trial. Discord. Enough evidence to go to trial just shows there's probable cause, which is a very low standard. Yep, that's what we're talking about. Correct.
How about I'm going to give you the real answer?
No, because
about-
DD,
hold on.
you just don't understand preliminary hearings, which is why you're making this mistake.
Fair.
But
you just hold on.
Probable cause is a low.
I'm not an attorney
standard.
like you are. I'm not an attorney
Yeah,
like
so
you
let
are.
me
That's
explain it
fair.
to you.
And
Yeah,
I would
right.
I'll never try to compete with you legally.
Did you have a
What I will say-
question, or are you making a statement right there? Because then we'll hear Ryan's description of probable cause.
Is your final answer that the reason why they didn't choose to have the parents to testify, I want to get this on record, is because they wanted to take it easy and not be too brutal?
On the parents? Yeah, because probable cause is a pretty low standard, and they passed probable cause on day 2 of the hearing.
So
That's what I said. I don't fucking know shit about Jack. It stands to reason that if they didn't need to pull in the parents, that they have enough evidence to go to trial without it. They just have to show probable cause. They don't need to bring the parents in to show probable cause because the cop that interviewed. There you go. Well, I mean, yeah, it's different ways of saying the same thing. They already have enough to get to trial. But Dee Dee's acting like, well, they didn't testify, and that somehow leads to the fact that Tyler didn't do it, or that Tyler was a patsy. And I don't see how that connects. I assume that's someone else.
usually the
They
parents
had
will testify in the trial, though.
you just talked a long time. Let me answer.
Yeah, it's Ryan's
They
turn.
had probable cause in the bag. It's wrapped up. For example, if you wanted to bet me $100,000 on whether or not they'll find probable cause, I would take that bet right now because it is a certainty that the judge is going to find probable cause. Given that it's a certainty, why would you do that to these parents for no reason? It's a certainty that they're going to get probable cause. It's not like a maybe. This is the most obvious probable cause in the entire world. It's so obvious that the defense, when they were arguing,
that says that they probably don't want to lie on the fucking stand.
in probable cause in their reply brief, didn't even argue that the evidence doesn't show probable cause. They only talked about the aggravator and hearsay and things like this. They didn't say the evidence doesn't demonstrate probable cause because the defense knows that the evidence shows probable cause. It's a done deal. And
yeah, this would be a good question to throw back at Didi. We're like, well, why do you think they didn't testify for the defense? That's what we've been saying the whole time. If my kid was here, there's no gag order, I'd be like, oh, hey, oh, no fucking way. Maybe even if he did do it. Excuse me. The video of the car being towed has the tips like a 2015 model. The one in the garage has double tips like the previous model. But yeah, did you link it? What are we looking at?
Given that it's a done deal, why on earth?
Or just tell me what to search, or what like just give me something so I can pull it up.
Would you throw these parents in jail to force them to testify against their kid in open court?
Will they use them during the actual trial to testify against Tyler?
Maybe.
Why would they not?
Maybe.
Because they'd have to do it again. They'd have to do it twice.
Do what twice? They haven't done it as of yet.
Yeah. See,
no, Didi is asking why would the parents testify during the trial if they're not testifying because it's mean during the preliminary hearing, and the answer being they don't need to.
The question is, why didn't they do it at the preliminary hearing? I gave you
well,
my
yeah,
answer.
you've already answered that. I'm just asking now, moving forward, do you believe that they're going to use the parents in the trial?
If they have to. I think they'll probably try not to, but if they have to, they will.
I'm cold.
Okay.
Because the standard,
the
evidentiary standard at trial.
Oh no, the gray is going to mess up my lighting.
Is way, way higher. The burden of proof is way higher. They might do it then.
Okay, so you've already answered the question specifically that you don't need to see certain things on footage because the other pieces of evidence is so overwhelming for you. Got it. I understand that part. I'm going to ask you a different question that's sort of similar, but a bit different. Does it not disturb you to any level that all of these cameras, all of these flock cameras, all of the campus footage?
Isn't it weird? Yes. Yes, it's weird.
There's not a single clear photo or video image of Tyler Robinson. As an attorney,
weird.
You?
Well, I think the footage that you think isn't clear is clear. So we just disagree about that.
Which image?
The parking garage images that we talked about like 5 or 6 times. But beyond that, I actually think they had a lot of footage. They had footage of him in the garage. They have footage of him in the stairwell. They have footage of him moving across campus. They have footage on the roof. They have footage going to the wooded area. They have footage they haven't shown us, and they told us they have.
So
what I'm saying is they have a lot of footage, and there's been a lot of murder convictions where the guy was convicted and they had no footage at all. So I mean, like in terms of like as evidence goes, this is a lot of evidence. Sometimes you do it with no footage.
All I'm saying is that's fair, and I've conceded to that already on my channel. What I'm stating is, it is a bit concerning for me, and it's also very concerning for majority of the people that's following this that supported Charlie Kirk prior to September the 10th, which is going to probably make up the jury in this trial. That is to say, why are there no clear images of him? You're saying your definition of clear, it's not. You can't point to a single image that clearly shows that it's Tyler Robinson. What you're doing is
all right, let's see. I got full video. Surveillance footage shows.
Go ahead and put it on all screens.
Is this what we're talking about?
Regional. That's the vehicle.
Ooh. That look a different. Hold on, give me a second here. Copy image, and I think I already had this open, right? Boom, boom, boom. No, almost boom. Copy image link. Okay, so we've got the double tips there. And if we go back to the towing, we can see. So we got the double tips on each side. And then this one. I don't know. You can't really tell at this angle. It does look like the single tip. Here, let me move the shot. It does look like the single tip on this one, but the angle, you really can't tell. These are angled because here, wait, do I still have, my paint? Forgot about paint. No? Hold on. Wait. Copy image. Yeah. All right. So, the other one looks like they're angled this way. Like they're longer this way. And like these would be like that, as opposed to being round. Do you know what I mean? Like they have like the little scoop. But you really can't, and so yeah, you can see it a little easier here. That it's not a if you're looking at the back of the car, it would be a circle, but from here it's angled. But on this one, because of the angle of the camera, I can't really tell. They do look different. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, we got that. Can't see it at that angle. We went. So yeah. Well, wait. Okay, this is probably from before, right? Because we did watch the video. Shout out to Pete Tree. Welcome to the party. Did you see what I said on your post? Yeah, I responded to it. Check your notifications. I'm on top of that shit. Yeah, I was I was using a skateboard as a stand-in for a dog for a dog training lesson, and I was just riding like in a straight line, and I don't know what happened. I mean, skating in Uggs was probably, but I wasn't like even skating. I was just like going from the end of the sidewalk back to my car, and I don't know. I fucking rolled my ankle. It was stupid, but didn't break my feet, so good there. Welcome to the party. 2 2-inch bolts in my right heel, 1 in my left, fused right ankle, and 13 other screws and pins spread throughout the long bones in my foot for 5 stairs. Jesus Christ, on a motorbike. Shout out to Joseph. Welcome to the party. What do you guys think? Do we have a poll open? All right, so the tips are ... the same or different. Let me know what you think. Are they same or different? Where did I get this? Oh, we were watching. Yeah, okay. So let's see if we got any other.
Believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the
5?
And what leads you to believe that this particular vehicle?
September 10th, 2025.
Let's try that one. Will this paste over? Yeah. Yeah, can't tell there either.
God's Robinson of the version for X. Short into the campus at back. That's the vehicle exiting with Mr. Robinson driving the vehicle.
I don't know what y'all looking at. What here, this is the link to the video. Assuming we have the right video. Whoever thinks that they have a clear angle on being able to compare, give me a timestamp. Otherwise, I don't think that gets us anything. Veggie said the defense calling his parents to the stand would be affirmative evidence, and that's restricted to the trial itself. Well, there you go. There you go. We're learning. Yeah, so we are covering this debate with Ryan Mullally, who was part of the Wilson team in the debate. And then this guy, Didi, got a podcast. I'm putting him in the category of what I call people who believe the Candace files. Basically just meaning, making some type of claim outside of, well, that's weird. Because it is weird. But that don't mean anything except that it's weird. All right. Welcome to the party. Let's dive back in.
Majority of the people that's following this that supported Charlie Kirk prior to September the 10th, which is going to probably make up the jury in this trial. That is to say, why are there no clear images of him? You're saying your definition of clear, it's not. You can't point to a single image that clearly...
Two in the video I have here? In this video? That's what I'm saying. Give me a search term or something. And if you're on it, then it has a name. Just put the name and I'll find it.
Probably make up the jury in this trial. That is to say, why are there no clear images of him? You're saying your definition of clear, it's not. You can't point to a single image that clearly shows that it's Tyler Robinson. What you're doing,
that's an opinion,
is you're taking other pieces of evidence and you're saying, I have good reason to believe it's him, which
yeah, that's how the law works. That's the title. Okay.
Makes sense. But if that's what it is, let's own it. But when we look at the footage on the video, people lying, influencers lying, like they saw some 4K footage stating that he took the shot from the Lowe's Center roof. Not true. Not true. And the biggest thing I want to say, I've already stated this earlier, that bothers me is that I heard what you said about the evidence. I heard what you said about what's been presented.
We have this one. That's what we already have, the picture of the vehicle being towed. We already have that. Would you say 207? This is a 48-second video. Somebody lying. Somebody lying. Right. So this is the same thing that we saw in the picture, which just isn't even very clear. But you can, again, see that there's the angle. But what are you comparing this to is my question. What are you comparing this to say it's different from from this? That is different from what?
Many of those pieces of evidence have been called into question. We won't agree on that. All right, fine. Why is it that other alternative theories, like the drone theory, why hasn't it even been entertained? Which is very, very...
I wonder why, why hasn't the pan-dimensional beings being hired Masons to convince the Foreign Legion to take the Egyptian planes to send signals to the communist Mormon beast for subliminal bee dance to convince Tyler to be gay, and then the Jews made the mic explode? Why isn't that being explored?
Compelling. I'm not talking about some conspiracy theory.
How do you know that it hasn't been?
Say it again.
How do you know that?
Okay, so so the video that I showed, both videos that I showed, if that's the comparison that's being made, I'm not going to accept that as, oh, that's clearly different. It looks like it might be different, but that's not affirmative evidence, in my opinion. Unless you have a clearer version of it. But they look, I mean, again, I have the picture. Oh, I have the whole thing right? We have that one and that one. Like, oh, there. That's the security footage. And this is the best, clearest angle that we have of the exhaust. And I'm just not confident enough to say, no, that is that. I am agreeing that they look like they're different. They look different. But we also have a fisheye lens camera. We have way lower quality, all that stuff. So I don't know. Are they different? Maybe. It looks like they might be different. It's weird that they look different. But it could be lighting, angle, all that stuff. Shout out to Kobe. Welcome. So the Tyler story is weird. Jimmy Dore's breakdown is hilarious. He assembled the rifle, broke it down, then reassembled it, and stashed it at a house Palantir owned. Then they paved the amphitheater. Are you saying that's the hilarious part, or are you saying that's what happened and it's crazy?
Been entertained, which is very, very compelling. I'm not talking about some conspiracy theory.
How do you know that it hasn't been?
Say it again.
How do you know that it hasn't been?
To our knowledge, it hasn't been.
Okay, but so you don't know it hasn't been?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't have, investigators don't.
Right, but you can't see that on the other one that it's not double piped as well. So on the one angle, you can see the shape. You can see the shape here, but you can't tell whether there's one or 2 on each side. With the other one, you can tell that there's 2, but you can't tell the shape. So you have to be able to match both the shape and the size, both the shape and the number. That very easily could be double pipes on each side. I'm not going. I saw what we saw. This is from the video. This is the screenshot from the video. This is the clear. We went through all the different things that they showed. This is the absolute clearest angle of the video. This is a screenshot from my computer that we just watched the video of. So pulling up back the video is pulling back up this. And so what I'm saying is that, yes, I think it's a reasonable question to ask, are they the same or are they different? What I'm saying is not reasonable to answer that question affirmatively. The plate color? So again, you can't, I mean, again, what color is this plate? Even if you did, like, you can't say, the lights from the sun coming from this angle are shining on this that you can't tell what color that is. Could have changed it. And so like this one looks like we have a standard Utah license, but this is also standard. Could have changed it. That also could be this, but we just can't see it. Do you know that he doesn't have a plastic cover over it? Those are illegal in Jersey explicitly for that reason. And so then the second, so let's accept that all those things are different. Does that knock down the entire argument? What about all the other evidence? Okay, maybe he did this, maybe he did that. But like pointing out these little things, again, yeah, it's fucking weird. How much time? Oh, guys. Oh, man. That is the end of the normal stream. If you are not a member, stick around because I am so nice that even through the after party, you will still be able to watch the stream. We are going to members only just in the chat. And I'm so very, very nice that you can go over to Rumble, and I won't be able to pull up your chats or anything, but you can still have them. I have them right, I have the chat open right here. First, excuse me. First, let's say goodbye to Twitch. Peace out, Twitch bitches. Boom. And now it is time for the members only after party. Gang, let's fucking go. Remember, you guys can sign up. It's only $2.99 a month. We do this every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, and it's a good fucking time. Or, of course, you can drop your super chats right there. Let's after party.
But it hasn't been.
To our knowledge, it hasn't been.
Okay, but so you don't know it hasn't been?
Correct.
Okay. So, like, we don't have, like, investigators don't release their investigatory files. We don't know what leads they followed up on, what leads they didn't.
Fair. Based on the pub.
So, like, you know, what would you, like, somebody says it could be a drone, and then they say, how come no one's asked about this? Then you ask them, well, do you know that no one's asked about this? And they say, no, I don't know that. And you're like, well, okay.
Got him.
What do you want?
Very, very snarky response there.
What do you
let
want?
me clarify.
Yeah.
When I say no one, I'm not talking about necessarily law enforcement, brother. I'm talking about based on, well, I guess I'm not talking about only law enforcement. Law enforcement by itself.
That's what is did I close that poll or is that still open? 50-50. The tips are the same or different. 50-50. 50-50. And yeah, Colby, that's kind of what we were saying before. Is that I was speculating that if it was, if he was a patsy or a stooge, then it stands to reason that he would likely, it would likely be a little bit more straightforward because they want to, have a nice, clean story. Oh, My goodness. Shout out to Boggs with the big $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Eat it, you fuck. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Getting us started on the go for the after party, which of course means double points. So that brings us from 20 to 40 points out of 250. That is 1 out of 5 and 10 out of $25 for the after party goal. Shout out to Box. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much we already, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We already have that. The towing, we already have that. So okay, let's just scrub through it and see if we get a clear picture of the back of the car. Oh, sorry. Let's see. So I still can't tell. Those look like singles. Let's zoom and enhance. Move. Copy image link. That ain't no circle. That ain't no circle. That is the square pipes, and I think we can see both. A little bit. I'm like, yeah, this is really zoomed in, but yeah, that's the video you posted. They look different to me. Sorry, I never read this. Shout out again to our sponsor of the after party, Box, with the big $10. Thank you so very, very much, sir. So you never took the rifle apart. I submit Exhibit A. Left it in the Discord chat. We can side quest 45 seconds to illustrate how you shove a rifle down your pants without taking it apart. All right. Hold on, I don't want that there. Hold on. Wait. I don't need that.
As this student's appearance demonstrates, having a lax policy.
I feel like we're gonna get our money's worth out of this one. What the fuck just happened?
As this student's appearance demonstrates, having a lax policy about dress makes it easy for a student to conceal a weapon and makes it difficult to identify intruders on campus. A dress code can reduce weapons violations, relieve tensions between gangs, reduce disciplinary infractions, and generally improve the atmosphere of the school. Our policy requires that students tuck in their shirts, making the belt line visible at all times. Our students...
It's not letting me write Morty and Lutch say thank you, but Morty and Lutch very much say thank you, Box.
...may not wear baggy pants or colors and insignias that are commonly associated with gang activity.
This is so Columbine coded.
Policy was a collaborative effort between the parents, teachers, and administrators in this community.
Damn! And guys, go watch Silo. It's fucking dope. So you synced it right there. He never took the rifle apart. I submit Exhibit A, which we just watched, illustrating how you shove a rifle down your pants without taking it apart. What was the screwdriver then? What was the screwdriver? You like that shit? I take a screenshot and then I zoom in. If you look in the free chat, the images that we're looking at are there because I need to copy them and paste them somewhere and then get the link. That's all we're doing. Some of the pants can't conceal weapons. Watch the video. He switches his limp halfway through. Maybe, yeah, and there was a shotgun there. Maybe he was Oh, we got a clear backside view from Vigi here. I mean, that was pretty. Yeah, so that was what we were looking at. Yeah, that definitely looks. Oh, that is clear.
Yes.
Wow. Jesus Christ! What in the fuck? Oh, probably because it's. Yeah, so you can see those are definitely skull. The whatever shape they call that. That's different. That's different. So the exhaust is different. What about the plate here? That does look like they're blanking out the plate, and it is the same plate. But exhaust is different. Exhaust is different. Confirmed.
I'm talking
Thank you,
about
Vigi.
based on, well, I guess I'm not talking about only law enforcement. Law enforcement by itself, yes, we don't know about their private investigations. Sure, we don't have access to their files. But based on the public statements that they've shared early on in the investigation, from our understanding, the suspects that they were entertaining, none of it was any of these other theories that have since been entertained. And I'm talking about other people that have done quote unquote public investigations since that point. Very few people have given credibility to the drone theory.
Mm-hmm. But you don't know whether law enforcement's investigated it, which is the thing that would matter, right? Because if law enforcement investigated it and they found out, shit, it was a drone, it wasn't that guy on the roof, that would be very compelling evidence. And by the way, legally, they would be obligated to give that evidence to the defense. So, like
So for me personally, I am willing to entertain that it might have been drones. I was just going to give a Silo spoiler. I maintain that, okay, it is not impossible that a drone did all of this. Make the argument. What's the drone argument? What is the evidence for it?
I mean, I don't know what people think on, the broader public. I can't speak to all that, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if law enforcement's investigated. Neither do you. That's done behind closed doors, but I'm not too worried.
So
about
the best
it,
response we have in this moment is that we don't know what they've done. Not that we know and it's been ruled out. We just don't know.
Well, that's how investigations work. They don't tell you what they're doing for a lot of, I hope, pretty obvious reasons. But I guess my question to you, since I think we're starting to wrap up on time. I don't have a clock running.
We got 7 minutes.
We got 7 minutes. When I look at the evidence I laid out, the surveillance footage, all this, the DNA, the cartridges, the testimony, the confessions, the text, the Discord, the positive IDs, the witness testimony, the medical report, etc. You say you have questions about each piece, I guess.
Not all of them.
Okay.
Some of them I'm on the same.
I don't know why I don't even think, my neighbor gave me a pack of these, the basics, and I don't even think about it. When I'm here, I'm just like, I want a cigarette.
Same side with you.
So how do you explain that all these pieces you have questions about were introduced in court the way they were? What do you think happened that explains why all these officers are wrong and the surveillance footage is fake and the texts are fake? Like what?
Oh, is that us? I don't think that's us. Hold on. Oh, the chat. Hold on.
Somebody put.
Okay, they were
loving it.
Sorry about
what
that.
I'm stating to you is,
go ahead. Mike was muted for a
the
second.
images that have been presented, the video footage that has been presented, the text messages that, or the process by which they've extracted the text messages. Can somebody explain to me somewhere why it is that none of these things are clear? That's all I'm asking.
Because life doesn't work that way, bro. Life doesn't work where everything is going to fall into a clear box. And well, that's obviously this. That's why we have such a robust justice system. That's precisely why. So much body cam video, that wasn't fake. Well, I mean, in the same way, you don't want to be too confident one way or the other. We can talk about what we're speculating about, but let's also remain in that realm of this is just speculation. We don't know. A trial is coming. And so you don't have to say, I know for sure it was this. You can just say, I think it likely is something like that. But we will see.
Clear about the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
We've already
wait, what did you say?
None of these things are clear. That's all I'm asking.
What's unclear about the text messages?
What's unclear about the text messages?
We've already discussed this. The extraction process. And earlier I mentioned the discrepancy specifically with the Discord messages. The Discord messages were sent.
Well, let's take on the text messages because that's what I asked you about. You think the text messages are fake?
I don't know.
You don't know.
We'd love to see the metadata for it.
Okay. So
What I'm
but don't you think that whoever is reporting, whether the attorney, someone working under them, the law enforcement, whatever reason that Ryan has to believe that the text messages are real, don't you think that someone along the lines would have checked that shit? I'm not saying they must have, but again, it stands to reason that they would have.
Based on the evidence presented, if you had to give a probability to them being real or fake, where would you put it?
The text messages?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
You couldn't put a probability on it?
Oh, I'll give you an answer. When you say probability of them being real, the text messages, I believe,
they're real text messages. The question is whether if he goes there, I swear to fuck.
Couldn't put a probability on it?
Oh, I'll give you an answer.
Don't do it, bro.
When
Please
you
don't do
say
it.
probability of them being real, the text messages, I believe, are real. I believe that the text messages are there.
Okay.
Who sent the text messages and what device it came from? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so you think that there might be some kind of conspiracy where somebody
I think you and I both believe that it's
and sent
possible.
something?
I think you and I both believe that it's possible.
But possible is like the lowest bar. Like possible is like, if you ask me, is it logically possible that
Is it likely?
that Mystique from the X-Men popped out the comic book, changed into Tyler Robinson and faked the whole thing? That's logically possible.
Or maybe beneficial beings hired the Masons to convince the Foreign Legion to take Egyptian planes to send signals to the communist Mormon bees for subliminal message. God damn it! Subliminal bee dance to convince Tyler to be gay, and then the Jews made his mic explode.
Possible.
No,
The
it's not.
probability
No, it's
is
not.
like approaching zero. It's logically possible.
How?
Now, what I'm asking you is your sense of probabilities.
That actually isn't logically possible, but we'll put that to the side.
How is what you just said possible? How's it logically possible?
Logically possible.
How?
Logically. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the logic of that happening. It's not practically possible.
A possible world where that could have happened.
No, there isn't. All right, cool. The Discord messages, there's a discrepancy when they were sent compared to when he was Mirandized. Do you have an answer for that?
The Discord messages when they were sent versus when he was Mirandized.
Correct.
Well, they have footage of him inside when he turned himself in, and he still had his phone at that time, and that lines up with the timing of the messages.
But
the Mirandizing, the as I understand it, the dispute there is about one timestamp in one piece of court record, and it could be that there was just an error on the timestamp. There's a number of possible explanations. I'm not sure.
Well, I agree that it could be, right? But we were just talking about what's possible.
Yeah.
And you just explained to me.
Okay, but there's what's possible, and then there's what's likely. What's possible is down here. What's likely has a much higher burden.
The problem with that,
well,
but again, argument, the point that I'm making is the timing that they're claiming that this supposedly took place, these messages were sent. They said that when they arrested him, they took his phone from him. So how were Discord messages later sent, like hours later? We're not talking about when he first came to the
from his iPad
police station. Hours later, these Discord messages went out.
Yeah,
and I think it was like a 3 or 4 hour difference.
And the odds are very good that that's just simply not what happened. And the reason I think that is because the whole confusion about the timestamp comes from, I believe, a defense filing, a defense filing where there was the timestamp 625 was introduced into the record. So the defense certainly knows about this potential argument because it was their document that had that timestamp. And yet, during the preliminary hearing, when Exhibit 16.3...
I can answer that directly. Buck says, what would make you do a Tyler? What kind of offer or lie? The offer that everyone in the world would be perfectly okay and no one would ever have to experience pain or hunger or anything ever again. So very, very, very high barrier. But ask me, what would it take for me to do a Tyler in the terms of Lance Twiggs? No, he is gullible. If it is if he is just radicalized and did it by himself, or not by himself, but if he if it was akin to the official narrative, do you really think it's that crazy? That people are that crazy? Did you not see the celebrations? Now, I'm not saying that anybody who would post a TikTok of celebrating it automatically would go and do that. But we see the fervor on the left of dealing with the right and the acceptance of violent and authoritarian means. So it's not that crazy. Not as crazy as, whatever other conspiracy you're thinking of. I think it's funny that you don't trust the government except for this thing. Dude turned down $1 billion from AIPAC and Israel. You never know. Well, and yeah, I mean, people are gullible. How many? Is it that crazy? Is it that crazy that people think that if you get rid of Charlie Kirk, then the Trumpian politics goes away? Is that much of a stretch from what you know of the crazy leftist DSA type people? I'm not talking about, just your average Democrat.
The Discord messages were introduced into evidence. The defense didn't stand up and go, oh my God, those must be fake. He didn't even have his phone at that time. So this is kind of what I was getting at earlier. The defense knows what you're talking about. They chose not to make the argument, and they chose, and the reason they choose not, it's kind of like, the state.
Yeah. So now the question, or the weirder question, would be, if that was the case, why wouldn't the defense bring it up? If that was the case, why wouldn't the defense bring that up?
Steakhouse argument. One of the reasons that they know not to make bad arguments is that they can talk to their client and say, hey man, were you at the steakhouse? And he's like, nah. Hey man, you send those Discord messages? And he's like, yep. So they're just not going to chase after bad arguments because they have information we don't have. So they
don't lie to your lawyer.
That the fact that they didn't pursue it is a very strong indicator that it's not a real problem.
Okay.
We got 1 minute and 40 seconds. Probably time for one more question if y'all want to get one in.
Well, I mean, I know we're going to go to closings in a second, but I mean, look, I hope, and I tried not to be like monster aggressive in this conversation, because I hope this was helpful in that I think a lot of the misconceptions that come about this come from the fact that the law works in ways that people are unfamiliar with. So I don't know. I appreciate you coming in good faith, and I hope that this was a useful conversation for you.
I need to remind you guys, I don't really know if it's worth pulling up now. Well, we'll see what the questions are like. And maybe I'll pull it up. What the fuck? Because that clip of the lead attorney talking to Ruslan KD about fathers fighting for their children in court. Remember, the lead attorney being a 20-year divorce attorney, Ruslan KD being some kind of Christian, I don't really know. But the Ruslan KD, he came into the conversation with the stat that 90% of men who fight for custody get custody. And his conclusion was that most men don't care about their kids, and that if you care about your kids, you should and would fight for them. Do you guys remember that? Let me know if you remember that. If I'm trying to decide if I want to pull it up, so let me know. We'll see how this ends up.
It was a useful conversation, but here's my biggest question for you. I'm curious to know your thoughts before we get into closing statements. What do you think, Ryan, is the biggest reason outside of what you just stated, if there is a separate reason? Why do you think that most people do not believe the official narrative, including Andrew Wilson?
What do you mean that Andrew Wilson doesn't believe the official narrative?
Andrew Wilson hasn't believed the official narrative, just like we don't.
He said it was 75% to 85% likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
I can show you a video that states otherwise. He has the same questions that we have.
From when?
Over the past couple of months or so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason that Andrew says 75 to 85 with Candace is that me and Andrew sat together and watched the whole preliminary hearing.
Yeah, he watched it with you, but he didn't even know a single charge.
He's not a lawyer.
He did know one charge.
You don't have to be a lawyer to know a charge. You're watching the preliminary hearing. Those are the basics.
But I'm not even going there.
If you believe he's 75, 85% guilty of something, guilty of what charge? Right.
She didn't know one of them.
First point is what Andrew Wilson believes, remembers, doesn't remember, irrelevant to this debate. But because Andrew's a friend and somebody that I work with, he's not an attorney. And the truth about the charges is, and look, I'll give Candace her due. That was a good clip. Good on her. That's a good clip for her. But the charges for what Andrew cares about watching the hearing matter almost not at all. Andrew was watching the hearing for the same reason that anybody else was watching the hearing. Is this the guy that killed Charlie? And whether it's like aggravated versus capital murder, or whether or not there's like an obstruction of justice or destruction of evidence charge. Nobody cares if this dude destroyed evidence. It's legally relevant. But in terms of what we care about, did he kill Charlie? That's what we care about. And that's what people were watching it for. And I think for those of us who watched the hearing, the evidence that this guy did kill Charlie Kirk came in overwhelmingly. I don't know if we're past time, but
we are. But I was just wanting to let you guys finish that. All right. So since Ryan, you opened, we'll let Dee Dee have the last word. So if you want to do a 2 to 5 minute closing.
Yeah, box. Even bad folk think they have good reasons. It's not a modern political thing. That is human nature. This is the nature of a civilization.
Statement, and then Dee Dee, you'll get a 2 to 5 minute as well. Then we'll take a very short break for restrooms, coffee, whatever you want, and we'll get into the super chat questions. So guys, we got a lot right now. So just to let you know, I'm going to start at the bigger ones. So if you guys send like $2 ones, don't expect them to get read right away.
Brokies.
Time when you start talking, Ryan.
Don't I go last because I'm affirmative?
Oh, typically, I think it's the person who opens. The other person gets the last word, so that it's kind of more balanced. But I'm open for whatever you guys want.
I'm fine to go this direction. Dee Dee, if you have a preference, that's fine too.
Well, to be fair, I believe you spoke first and I spoke second.
Yeah. So you want to speak last, Dee Dee?
Yeah. Well, no. What I'm saying is, I think.
Just go.
Well, I think we'd be going in the same order because you spoke first.
Yes.
I'm not worried.
So
about the
just
order.
go. Okay. Just go. Just go.
Okay. So I think if people reflect back to what I said in my opening statement, what I said is that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And how do I know that? It's because the evidence presented in court is both compelling and self-corroborating. What does self-corroborating mean? It means that each detail corroborates the other details. It's not just that Tyler Robinson confessed multiple times. It's that when he confessed details that line up with the physical evidence. He said that he used his grandfather's rifle and that he went back to the woods to go get it. And then we see his car coming back to the woods, presumably to go get the rifle. He said in his confession to a text message, if I see the phrase notices bulge, ooh, woo on Fox News, I'm gonna lose my mind. But then one of the bullets has the phrase notices bulge, ooh, woo carved into it. His DNA is on this weapon. His father recognized the gun as a family gun. The towel has his DNA, major contributor, like 95% or so, and also Lance Twiggs' DNA on it, which is unsurprising given that they were lovers who shared the house, and it appears to be a bathroom towel. The Dremel that carved the bullets, Lance Twiggs testified he lent to Tyler Robinson when Tyler Robinson asked him that he needed a bullet. He wanted to carve bullets for a quote-unquote hunting trip. You have confessions, you have testimony, you have physical evidence, you have video surveillance. And while the video surveillance might not have been clear enough for Dee Dee, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, it was clear enough for the testifying officer to identify him.
It's not a bad word. It's fucking Jersey Shore. We were fucking Guidos.
It was clear enough for Lance Twiggs to identify him. Apparently.
Yeah, but the exhaust was different.
It was clear enough for his family and his Discord community to identify him. And if that wasn't enough, he admitted it was him. He said, hey guys, it was me on the surveillance footage on Discord. The point here is, it couldn't be that just one piece of this evidence was faked. Because if you faked one piece, you'd have a very hard time explaining why that one piece is corroborating all the other pieces. So the one theory, the theory that I find overwhelmingly likely to be true, is that this evidence points at Tyler Robinson convincingly, conclusively, and in a self-mutually supporting way because Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. The alternative is some kind of broad conspiracy where the texts are faked and the video's faked and the officers are lying.
Nah, it's for Italian Americans. The fucking club going shit. Ain't no fucking. It just they're proud of it.
Charlie Kirk. The alternative is some kind of broad conspiracy.
GTO.
Where the texts are faked and the video's faked and the officers are lying.
Gabs,
and
yeah.
The footage is fake and the rifle was planted, and the probability of all those things being true is vanishingly slim. And to quote my buddy Andrew, there's just no evidence for it. So ultimately, when you decide, is there overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, you have a choice between the logical conclusion of the evidence presented in court under penalty of perjury that is self-reinforcing, or people who are just asking questions. That doesn't seem like a hard call to me. Anyway.
And that's beautifully said. Beautifully said. Between those two, it's overwhelmingly in favor of Tyler Robinson. That doesn't mean that it is a dichotomy. It can only be that Tyler was a patsy or a stooge or Israel or was one of those things, or the official narrative. It could be that Tyler did this exactly as they're saying, but they have, some things wrong here or there. The flock camera's got maybe the footage of the car getting towed is from something else, or I don't know. As you can see, I'm not here to defend one side or the other. I was happy to look at the exhaust pipes as we saw. And at first I was like, it looks weird, but I don't see anything different. Then Vigi got us the video, and it's very clearly different. But how does that play into the rest of the narrative? Exactly. Innocent until proven guilty is a court standard, not a citizen standard. The mob doesn't always get it right. This is an easy case, in my opinion. I don't know how easy, but it doesn't seem to be that complicated. My question is, why is this getting more attention than Butler? Las Vegas. White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I'm Ryan Mullally. If you like this content, you can find me at Natural Law with Ryan C. Mullally on YouTube, Ryan C. Mullally on X, and tomorrow night when I'm doing a political debate on Modern Day Debate. So don't miss that one. Totally different topic.
All right. Did that with a minute left. Appreciate that. All right, Didi, we're going to turn it over, starting the clock back at 5 if you want to use all 5. You don't have to. And whenever you start talking, we'll go.
Sure, absolutely. Once again, I appreciate you all for giving me the time to be here today to discuss this with an attorney. Different experience for sure. What I will say is that I disagree from my perspective that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson actually powwowed Charlie Kirk from the rooftop of the Losey Center. I think there are some compelling pieces of evidence that are undeniable. I believe that much of it have been called into question. There's a reason why so many of us
you're gay.
Do not trust what has been given to us. And we haven't even talked about the behaviors, because what I've noticed is that if you don't have 100% proof about the reason why somebody did something, then you shouldn't even mention it altogether.
Thank you. Thank you. Dilly fucking dilly. All right, I feel bad. I saw your head pop up. Dilly fucking dilly to me. That's exactly what I said from the beginning. The people like him. I didn't know him specifically, but the people coming from that position seem to think that you must need 100% proof. Otherwise, there's a conspiracy. That is not how it works. It seems that way in hindsight when you watch the true crime documentary, but it doesn't play out like that in real life, in real time. I'm sure whatever documentary, there's going to be multiple documentaries about this after the trial, after all of this, maybe even after, maybe not, like, down the road. Maybe we get Tyler in the documentary. At that point, we'll have a lot more time, a lot more evidence, a fucking trial. Maybe it is all bullshit. But as of right now, to affirmatively claim that is silly.
The thing is, I believe that there's overwhelming evidence that a cover-up is taking place, is because if the narrative is that Tyler Robinson took out Charlie Kirk from the rooftop of the Losey Center, then all the things that his team was doing that day, all the weird behaviors from the people that were around him that day, all the irregularities that have not been explained to this day, the fact that his team, that being TPUSA, won't even have an open dialogue, these things don't make sense if what actually happened that day was that Tyler Robinson took him out. I've not been given an adequate explanation or a satisfactory explanation as to why Joe Kent was denied from actually investigating potential foreign ties, even though he
probably get that during the trial.
He had leads. That's very strange to me, right? And typically what you'll hear people say is that, yeah, that's all you have, is that you can call something strange or weird. It's about feels and vibes. No, it's not, right? If somebody is unalived, and then the people closest
you can say killed, murdered, or assassinated on YouTube, guys,
to them is behaving strangely, not cooperating, that is at the very least good reason to look into that person. But it seems that But to Ryan's point, we don't know what the investigators have been doing behind the scenes. But as far as the public is concerned, it does not appear that anybody else has been seriously considered or any other theory has been seriously considered.
But you're not owed that explanation. You're not owed that explanation. I mean, it would be nice if we had to, you know, everything that they did was given to the public, but that's not how it works. Charlie was a good man. His loss was huge. It's just as simple as it was. Gotta keep it pushing. R.I.P. Bro, I mean, Epstein is what it is. It's never going to be anything more. If it hasn't grown by now, that's all we're ever going to get. There's no incentive for anyone to do anything ever anywhere with Epstein. So lock that away with JFK and the moon landing. David said the footage played at the prelim trial is more clear, but what I watched looked like a phone recording a TV, so you can't tell about the exhaust. It looks clear. It looks like the clear video exists, but I can't find it. Were you not here when we were watching this? Do I have this? Here. Get rid of it. No, that's not here. We're looking at this, and we have the exhaust here, very clearly different from the double barrels we saw in the security footage. And I mean, that's not like yeah, maybe you're changing out a license plate, but you're not changing out your entire exhaust system. Yeah, no. Yeah, again, that the picture we were looking at, that's a screenshot from that. We looked at it all.
Things, but as far as the public is concerned, it does not appear that anybody else has been seriously considered or any other theory has been seriously considered, once again, based on the limited information that we do have. All right, so when we're speaking about evidence, but you cannot point to a single photo, a single video footage that clearly, even the police station footage doesn't clearly show Tyler. Yes, I admit it's not hard for me to admit because I come in good faith that some of these images do look like the build of Tyler. When you say he had a rifle stuffed down his pants, we can see the footage. We don't see a bulge in his pants outside of his phone. Where's the rifle? When he get onto the...
You mean the one where he's walking with a giant limp? And then people say, oh, it's on the other side. Do you know that video is not mirrored?
The roof. He's up there apparently for 32 minutes. How come we don't have footage of him actually taking the shot? Where is it? Why isn't it clear that it's Tyler Robinson on the roof? How come when he jumped off the roof?
If they... Again, these questions lead away from your conclusion. Doesn't it stand to reason that if somebody had a video footage of him on the roof and the shot still got taken, then that would lead to like, oh, look, we've got this clear evidence. If this is what's going on, if I'm here and then there's people, around me, why would there be a camera pointed way back over there? Why would that be on video? It just so happens that we have footage because, everything's recorded everywhere. But expecting like a TV quality camera to just be locked in on it, like, I agree. Yes, that would make things a lot simpler. But that's not how life works.
We slowed the footage down, the same footage that we've all seen on the internet, that could potentially be doctored. What looks to be like some sort of bag or some sort of towel, whatever this dark colored fabric item he had in his hand, literally bends and curls. That's not a rifle. So where's the rifle? That's what we're asking. All right. So with that, I did concede many times in this interview or in this conversation. Ryan made some great points. And I do appreciate him sharing it, but I'm still not convinced that he actually shot Charlie Kirk. Right. Once we get the metadata for the text messages, maybe I'll be a little bit more convinced. But it's still so many other questions surrounding this case that have not been answered. They tell you that anomalies happen in these cases, and This is not uncommon.
All right. We get the point here. So we have some time. So I do want to show this. I think some of you have seen this before, but it bears repeating just because of how specifically counterintuitive this is.
And this is
so shout out to the lead attorney here. I'll drop the link. Definitely go sub to him. He doesn't really do as much anymore. He made his fucking he made bank during the Amber Rose and Johnny Depp trial, and then he's kind of just been riding that. So plus he was a lawyer, so he ain't hurting for money. Let me get that back to regular. And yeah, so again, the reason that I'm showing this is the idea of, well, we have this information, so we can lead to that conclusion. It can seem perfectly logical, even when it's not.
Something that's very counterintuitive. Guys, most divorce attorneys will tell men.
I'm gonna speed it up a bit because he talks with the southern
not to fight for their children.
Why?
Because most men, if they fight for their children, will not get their children. This is very complex, guys. So let me tell you something about a divorce case. Most divorce cases are fairly cheap, relatively speaking. I mean, it's not these Dr. Dre types of divorces, right?
Sure.
Most divorces you can get resolved for under 15 grand. You can. There's one type of case that you can never get resolved for 15 grand. It is the most expensive type of case that a regular person is going to have. And that type of case is a custody battle.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about custody battles, those things can get easily 35, 50, 75, 115. Now, imagine you're a man and you've got four credit cards, and you come to me and you say, Lee, listen, I make $60,000 a year. But I want to fight for my 2 kids. And you're going to tell me the facts of your case. And you got a little something. You got some arguments. But it's going to be a real battle because the judges are biased against men. And so we're going to have to put up a ton of evidence. What are we going to have to put up? Well, we got to do discovery. That's going to cost you 5, 10, 15,000. We got to take her deposition.
25 to start.
But then we also need to get the kids some counseling.
But Wrestling here is saying that if you don't do that, then you don't love your kids. You got full custody for all that money, right, Box? Full custody, obviously, for $25K.
And we need to get some experts on the case. We need to get the psychiatrist. We need to get the kids evaluated. We need all their reports. We need for these experts to show up to court. And so you can make $60,000 a year, and I can run up your bill to 80 grand, which you cannot afford.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to tell you, I have to say, listen,
grand.
You got a little something. But if I had to say whether you're going to win or lose, I don't think it's 50%.
Mm-hmm.
There are attorneys who will tell you, listen, pay me the $80,000, just put it all on all your credit cards, and I'm really going to try, and we're probably going to win. And what happens when you lose? They're going to look at you and say, well, we tried. We gave it the college try. Then they're going to take their 80 grand. The 80 grand you pay them, and they're going to fix their house and put their kids through a couple of semesters of college. Good attorneys don't do that. Good attorneys do the opposite. Good attorneys say, listen, what's going to happen?
Ooh, let's see if you guys can pick up. What did I steal from the lead attorney that I do in my own streams? I think he only does it once or twice, but let's see if you can catch it, especially when we're at 1.7 fucking speed.
When I start charging this 80 grand, you get up to 30 grand, and you're going to come to me and tell me, you're going to say, Lee, I ain't got no money. What am I going to do? You know what I'm going to do, Ruslan? I'm going to drop you as a fucking client because I don't work for free. So now I've got your 30 grand, but your trial isn't going to come for a year and a half. That means you got to get up another 30 grand. You got to get on another attorney's plan to pay for the case. So we attorneys tell you, listen, do not fight for custody if you cannot afford to do it. And a custody case is it's one of the most expensive cases that a man will ever have, a normal man, not some NBA player or something like that. And so a lot of times it comes down to men, and men have tried. You never hear about the men who spend $75,000 and then they lose, because what happens when they lose the $75,000? Now I've got their $75,000, and now guess what? They have to turn around and pay child support. You got to turn around and pay. With what money? Right? Because I've already cleaned out their life savings.
That's some grizzled defense lawyer shit. Just laughing at that.
Now guess what? They have to turn around and pay child support. You got to turn around and pay. With what money? Right? Because I've already cleaned out their life savings. So good attorneys, we say, listen, instead of doing this whole $75,000 thing, what I can do is try to fight to get the most visitation that I can. And most fathers are like, okay, because I can't afford to enter into an unfair trial, lose, and then turn around and pay child support money with money that I just don't have. Now, what's interesting? The interesting thing you say is the more the man gets closer to court, the more the man has opportunities to win. Why is that? Do you know why that is? Because if I'm representing a husband, there are cases where I'm like, no, fuck this lady. We're going to get these kids. She's neglecting them. She's not taking care of them. She's doing this. She's touching them. She's not doing the things that she's supposed to do. We have a good case. We're like, oh, I don't know. No, let's go to court. The cases that go to court are the strongest cases.
Right.
You're thinking that the cases that go to court are equally strong as the cases that don't. And that's where you're missing.
Right. So if you just see the number 90%, oh, well, then you personally have a 90% chance. That's not how it works. Like Classical Law School was talking about how the federal government has such a high prosecution rate because they're not going to go to trial unless they know they got you like they got Diddy.
The cases that actually get
child support is bro math. The more kids and moms you have, the less they all get. Well, I mean, that's a perfect incentive to bang to knock up a bunch of chicks a bunch of different times. Hi, Bubba. Watch, he's gonna jump in the chair. He's not gonna come up here. You wanna come up here? Yeah, come up here. Why don't you like me anymore? You don't like me anymore? Okay, well, look cute and maybe they'll feed you. Yeah, they're bad moms, while baby moms are good women. Well, dilly dilly to them.
To the trial, those are the cases that the men have the best chances of winning. So you're looking at the cream of the crop and assuming that the cream of the crop is reflective of the base of the pyramid. It's reflective of all the other cases. Now you wouldn't know that, right? Because you're just looking at the numbers. The numbers don't tell you which are the strongest cases and which are the weakest cases.
Right. Well, assuming that the strongest cases, the men are even acting towards wanting custody, 50-50 custody or full custody. That's assuming that in the bottom 90% or the bottom 99% that never see a judge, that there's men there that want it, but you're saying they're getting legal advice saying they don't want it. My buddies who went through this process didn't have attorneys. They just went through it and fought in the court system on their own behalf. Right. So we agreed that the vast majority of these cases never even make it before a judge. The ones that do make it before a judge, the man has the higher shot in winning.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And so you're saying, but you wouldn't give them that sort of advice. And I would say, well, why not? Why not give them that sort of advice? And do they always need an
right over his head
attorney in a situation like this? When, again, and this is me being honest with you, I'm saying I've seen it anecdotally play out where brothers didn't have attorneys. They went in, they got their kids. They went in, they had an argument. They said
that's going to be a situation where the woman is so crazy that even with the bias towards women in family courts, that you'll overcome that. The representative heuristic.
I am the primary care provider. This is how I take care of my kids. The kids want to stay with me, and they got their kids, right? And so I understand what you're saying. I understand that you're saying, hey, the odds are in our favor, this and this and this. But I'm saying empirically speaking, the numbers don't look like that. And then if we can escalate it to that point of, hey, I'm going to go fight for my kids, it doesn't sound like it's not in the man's favor. You're saying it's a financial thing. I'm saying, is that the only way to fight for your kids? Is you have to pay 100 bands and wipe out your life savings? I'm genuinely asking here.
I mean, unless you have that, you live in a good state with an absolutely crazy mom that is on drugs, then yes.
Yeah, let me just tell you as an attorney, my favorite case, my favorite type of case in divorce cases is when I represent the woman and the man.
Tender years? What does that mean?
And represents himself.
Wait.
And the man represents himself. Oh my God. Your best case, your anecdotal cases, that's my favorite case. And it's not only my favorite case, it's all attorneys' favorite case.
Because the woman has the means to pay for you as an attorney and the man doesn't have the means to pay for you or pay a similar lawyer as you.
I'm going unopposed. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to crush you. There's no way you can't deal with AV who's in law school. Like a regular person can't go up against a law school student. And I've graduated law school, passed the bar, and been practicing for 20 years.
So we're talking about the 1.5% of cases where the woman has the means to hire someone like you, spend 70 bands to escalate it, to get it before a judge, to keep the kids from the husband.
No, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about cases where the father opts to not hire an attorney.
Which is on the father.
Correct.
Right. No, I'm sorry. You're talking about cases where I thought we backed up. I thought we were talking about cases where the father opts out of fighting for the kids at all and just gets what he can get. Like that to me is an L. You know, this like if you want to be.
That's a L, bro. That's a L. Oh, look at TLA's face. He's like, bro, you don't even know. You don't even know. The Quran says that the Prophet Muhammad saw hell and there were many more women than men. Got her. Bach said the 10 years doctrine is an old legal rule. It says mothers should get custody of young children, usually age 4 or under, after a divorce. Courts usually assume mothers were better at raising small babies and young kids. I got hit with with the tender year doctrine. These family courts, man. Wrap your dick up. Don't stick your dick in crazy.
And just gets what he can get. It's like that to me is an L. You know, this like if you want to be in your kid's life, you have to
On the timer, guys.
This is so wrong. This is so wrong. I'm so glad you're saying this. This is so wrong. You have no idea how many men's lives have been destroyed financially trying to fight for something that you're not going to get.
Yeah, again, I'm just saying all I could go off of is the data that I'm finding, and the data that I'm
You're
finding.
misinterpreting the data. That's what I'm telling you.
According to the data, men have a better shot if they escalate. So I don't know how.
I'm telling you why.
You're saying
it's the why. No, you're saying that you're reading the data, but you don't know the why. It's like, guys, you can read that 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand it. You might need someone to explain it to you. You're saying 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand why. You're reading the statistics, Ruslan, but I'm telling you why. Why is it that the majority of men do not go to court for these kids? It's because they're not going to get them. You know, it would be,
or can I propose a alternative?
They don't even really care.
Hypothesis.
Yeah.
Or is it that the men don't want their kids? Or is it the men aren't the primary care provider? Or is it the men don't have the emotional capacity to fight for their kids? Or is it because the men have moved on and maybe the man practiced hypergamy, found a younger, hotter wife, and they're ready to start a new family?
I should have known. It wasn't popular enough, but never trust the broccoli hair.
Why are we not going to acknowledge that those scenarios happen? I see those happen a lot. I see a lot of single mothers around here that would love for the father to be in the picture, but the dad's checked out. The dad's moved on. Like, where's the responsibility on the men on this situation? I understand that the court system's not fair. You're way more astute to that. That's your line of work, your expertise. I'll defer to you. But I'm saying we can't say that all men always want their kids and always get a bad shot from the court system. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that. Personally, anecdotally speaking, knowing multiple single dads, and also from the data that I'm saying.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting the data, and I think we haven't really talked about this, but it's true. There are men who do not like their kids. There are men who don't want to spend time with their kids. There are men who don't want to pay for their kids. There are men who don't want to see their kids. I represent all these men.
Can you give me a percentage if you're talking generally speaking from your
let
experience?
me finish for a second, because this is very important. Because you want to talk about all these men not doing stuff, but it's interesting that you don't talk about the other side. Maybe you don't know. Let me finish.
I said that on the front end that my buddies took full custody of their kids.
And what did you say? You said that the women they didn't use.
Hey, shout out to Glowing Dog with the $3 Venmo. Thank you. So, very, very much, of course, a treat for the Overlord and double fucking points. Let's fucking go. That brings us to 46 out of 250. 2 out of 5 for the 9, and 13 out of 15 with our boy Glowing Dog. There we go. Thank you. So, very, very much, very much appreciated.
Interesting that you don't talk about the other side. Maybe you don't know. Let me finish.
I said that on the front end that my buddies took full custody of their kids.
And what did you say? You said that the women they didn't use drugs or anything like that, so you're not talking about it.
That doesn't mean they were the most competent mothers either.
Boxer, can we talk about the splitting of the kids and the effects of that lifestyle? Yes, we can. Tell me more.
Let me finish. Maybe you could hear. You're talking about these 2 gentlemen that won custody of their kids with no attorneys, and the mother weren't on drugs or anything. That's what you said. Let me tell you something about the other side, which you don't want to talk about. There are some shitty moms, and I know that because I've represented them.
Of course,
there are moms that have physically abused their kids. There are moms that abandon their kids. There are moms that neglect their kids. Yes. And so, if you have shitty fathers, then guess what? You also have, since fathers are humans, guess what mothers are? Mothers are humans too. So you have shitty moms. So if you have shitty moms and you have shitty fathers, why is it that 90% of the women have primary custody when the moms are shitty too? This is what you need to analyze when you're looking at your numbers. Guys, if you don't really practice in the space, you just look at the numbers, you have no idea what you're looking at. You're like, why is it? Why is it if men and women can be equally good or equally bad, you would think that the numbers would be more 50-50, wouldn't you? Obviously, there are shitty moms, but why is it that 90% of the moms get primary custody?
And so, there's more to that conversation. I'm pretty sure he links it in the thing there. But either way, yeah. The point there being that what seems obvious to a layman is not necessarily what you can expect to just be like, well, this is it. There's so much complexity and nuance to the law that especially at this point, how could you even think that you have enough information to confidently say it was this, it was that, it was that, it was that, it was that? Questioning, just ask questions. Totally fine. It's when you're saying Israel, it must have been Israel, it must have been Erica, it must have been TPUSA, the Egyptian planes, the French Foreign Legion. I mean, just some bullshit. So, we've got a little time left, and Glow bought us a little bit even more time. So what we can do is head back into where we started. So remember, we had switched over from this debate, which was about Israel instigating the murder, over to the debate about whether or not Tyler did it. So, Rob Noor here and Ryan are, they were both on Andrew's team for the Candace debate. So they're going to have, pretty similar positions. But again, the reason I initially wanted to show this one, it just so happened that the Ryan Dee debate was a little bit better. The reason I wanted to show this is exactly the lack of substance behind taking these positions. So they were kind of talking and rambling all over each other. So now James is just doing 1 minute back and forths. We will see what they got.
Would prefer 2 minutes. Do you guys have a preference for 1 or 2 minute?
1 minute's fine to start. That's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
Let's see if we got. No, you ain't got it.
Who's up?
My turn.
For 1 minute. Rob will go with you, and then we'll kick it over to Tim for 60 seconds as well.
Okay. So I asked specifically, does this court case say, can you show me a court case that says compelling equals reasonable suspicion? He says, yes, Alabama versus White, right?
Right. So that was so far all they really got to was Tim over on the other side is saying that the prompt being is there compelling reason to think that Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk? And then Tim over here is switching it to, is there reasonable suspicion? That's not the same thing.
Case that says compelling. So I asked specifically, does this court case say, can you show me a court case that says compelling equals reasonable suspicion? He says, yes, Alabama versus White, right? I go to that court decision, I type in the word compelling, it's not there. And instead he just starts waxing on about different evidentiary standards of reasonable suspicion. And he says, I walked into a debate in reasonable suspicion. I did not. And I don't understand for someone who's so confident in their case, why you'd be playing these word games. And I think you're lying. I think you're absolutely lying when you said Alabama versus White defines compelling as reasonable suspicion. If I'm wrong, I will apologize. But based on the answer you just gave me when I said I searched and I don't see the term, I think that you're playing clever word games here and it's beneath you, quite frankly.
Okay, do I get my minute now?
Got him.
Yeah, you get a
I get my minute now.
full minute. Is Rob? Sounds like you're ready to see the rest. You got 10 seconds left. Okay, 1 minute for you, Tim.
Okay, cool. So, what you don't understand, I guess, because you don't understand the terms that you're throwing around, is when you use a term like compelling, this is a relative term to whatever burden of persuasion you're operating under. So compelling just means persuasive evidence, and persuasive evidence is framed by Federal Rule of Evidence 401. Each of the 50 states have their own analogs. And what you didn't understand when you critiqued, I think in the first line of your opening statement, that there's no good reasons, no compelling reasons at the investigative level for me.
They basically do. They basically
claim that Israel ought to have its investigation not stymied, but continued. You didn't understand that there are corresponding claims that maybe you weren't familiar with at the time. And the corresponding claims are, what's the investigative predicate? What is the burden of persuasion that goes with the claim, I think that so-and-so ought to have been investigated further? Reasonable suspicion. That's why we're in that.
Got to kick it over to Rob.
Again, I don't mind having I don't mind having a conversation on reasonable suspicion. I'm just saying that's not what the debate is. We know that there's a famously very insanely low bar to investigating anything from our federal government, which is the reason that they investigate Trump and all these people, etc., as they did ad nauseum. That's a different question, though, than the idea of is it compelling. Basically, what you're saying is, well, there's reasonable suspicion, so why not investigate? I'll ask you.
And he keeps it up. He keeps it up.
Straight up. Do you think that there's compelling reason based on the same standard to investigate the DNC for the murder of Charlie Kirk?
The DNC? No. Tyler Robinson and an individual leftist? Yes. I think.
Why not the DNC?
So far, the reason that Rob is asking this question is because all that Tim has put forth is that Israel might have reason to want Charlie dead.
See, he's been investigated. Yeah, but I don't think that there's the same axis. This is why you don't seem to understand the difference between organized versus extemporaneous motivation at law. That the leftists are evil. A lot of them clapped, but this was not a murder by the left. Your militant normies.
You mean kind of like how he's doing with Israel? Agreed.
Clapped, but this was not a murder by the left. Your militant normies claim that it was a murder by one man, right? So that
militant normies, what the fuck does that mean?
And I think that's maybe likely right. In conjunction with a non-extemporaneously motivated party, which would be Israel, and that's what I think needs further investigation. But we're going to have to move beyond I hope we can move beyond the idea that compelling is a term that's less a term of art than the terms that it is ordered to. And compelling is ordered to the different levels of persuasion that we need to move the legal process forward, from investigation to swearing out a warrant and arrest, to going to prelim, to going to trial, and then at whatever level of trial you're at, civil or criminal, more evidence in both quality and quantity comes directly from that Alabama versus White case.
All right.
Okay.
What?
Huh? Maybe. I don't even know what the fuck he said. I'm going to try to find a skit I found on TikTok that perfectly encapsulates what this dude is.
Both quality and quantity comes directly from that Alabama versus White case.
All right. Two things
specific.
Two things to say here.
We're at the 1 minute. Go ahead, Rob.
Two things to say here. One, no. I think that a reasonable understanding of the terms of this debate was saying compelling basically synonymous with saying convincing. Is there convincing argument or reason to believe that Israel instigated or took place or carried out the murder of Charlie Kirk? You then saying, no, I'm just saying that there's some evidence that exists in some way, which means there should be some level of investigation which proves that it's compelling is nonsense. You're adding that term, and when specifically asked, you said it was a legal thing. When asked for a legal document or legal case, you said that compelling was defined in Alabama v. White. I don't see it anywhere, so I think you're trying to play a sleight of hand. Secondly, if we accept, please, I'd let you have your minute, please. You know. Secondly, when it comes to reasonable suspicion, you then make some sort of, you're like, well, the DNC wouldn't be someone because it would be extemporaneous or something to that. You try to use that term. This makes no sense. Clearly, there's ample motivation for the DNC and the Democrats as an organization to want Charlie Kirk to not be on college campuses anymore. They're playing Act Blue, anti-Charlie Kirk organizations to go and refute it. Why wouldn't there be reasonable suspicion against the
Kick
DNC?
it over to Tim for a minute.
So, what did I just do with it? Oh, put it up here already, stupid.
What's up, brother? Why do you think the ocean exists?
Come on, give me the full screen. Whatever. Nope. So, every TikTok debater using big words, part 2.
Jared, what's up, brother? Why do you think the ocean exists?
Yeah, so should we start with 1,000 years of documentation and geological records?
Okay.
Whoa,
yeah, geological records constitute material traces, sure, but your inference from stratigraphic continuity to the contemporary ontological category of ocean involves several unarticulated inferential transitions that you appear to be treating as self-evident. Am I getting that right?
No, you're not getting anything right. I don't even know what you just said. You're talking about...
Yeah, but your inability to comprehend my vocabulary is not a rebuttal.
No, it's
right?
not, but it's valid.
It's just an advertent demonstration of the cognitive limitations of your interpretive apparatus.
Totally.
What are we talking about apparatus? You just talk like a normal person, okay?
Okay, so now you're asking me to constitute an unnecessary semantic reduction of a concept whose precision is contingent upon technical nomenclature, and that I will not do.
Oh.
Dean and Parker.
Oh my gosh. Right, so if it's not the ocean, then what is it?
An extraordinarily large interconnected hydrological continuum.
Oh my goodness, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, that's what we call the ocean.
That's your interpretation.
No, it's not. So you're just assuming everybody who's been in the ocean is just doesn't know where they're
It's
at.
a false dichotomy. I'm not asserting collective hallucination. I'm challenging the ontological inference that you're deriving from their phenomenological experience.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember why I deleted this out. You say, yes, this is what it is.
Falsification after
Everything
falsification.
else.
Chat, we are done with this one. Appreciate you for coming on. Good luck.
Get me out of here.
I want to see if the next one is still this guy.
Why can't we find a good debater?
Hi, can I get drinks started? Hi, can I get drinks started? Are we waiting for someone?
Yeah.
Hold on. One more.
That's the difference,
Right. Okay, so if we can't see it, then how do you know it's there?
Where's the full screen? Whatever.
Because we can't see wind, but we know what it is, what it does, and how it works, and we have defined it as such. What kind of argument is that? That doesn't even, that completely dismantles everything.
He starts talking about wind. I'm like,
it is predicated, and here's why.
In case you missed it, it's a TikTok debaters. The second they start losing an argument,
it's not because
when you're saying that the temperature sensors are producing false readings, you have no evidence to back that claim up. There is nothing.
Chat, he's so loud. Like I can't even concentrate on what we're talking about.
Now, let me talk. Or you're gonna keep interrupting.
No, go talk.
Okay, so you brought up that the isotope analysis was falsified.
Yo,
right?
Flip Sage, thank you so much for the rose, bro. Oh, appreciate you, bro.
Okay,
thank you so much for the rose.
You brought up
all love, brother, all love. Thank you so much for that rose.
What are we doing? Are you gonna let me talk?
Chill out. Can I thank my chat? Can I thank my viewer?
Because
oh my god, chat, this guy's not letting me thank you guys.
Interrupt what you feel when you're submerged.
Nobody cares. Are you still talking
about? Nobody cares. It's a debate, moron. You're clearly just losing the arguments, and now you're trying to find every possible.
I'm just tired.
So there's no evidence. Well, actually, there is.
Last
because
part.
We have satellites.
You're
in the
breaking
sky that
out.
have been collecting
I can't
information.
hear you. Are you there?
What? I can hear you and see you just fine.
Chad, I think we lost him. That's okay.
Every TikTok debater there ever was. A settler wedding? What is a settler wedding? Got him. Got him. All right. So the goal is ended, but everybody shout out to Glow and Dark. We got a few more minutes to hang out. Remember, every single donation will keep the party raging.
Conversations to go and refute it. Why wouldn't there be reasonable suspicion against the
Kick it
DNC?
over to Tim for a minute.
All right, so I'm going to move beyond compelling because it's retarded. Compelling just means persuasive. And what you don't understand, should I apologize? I'm sorry you don't understand this basic claim of process, legal process, is that to move the legal process along, there are graduated steps that require different amounts of compelling evidence in both quality and quantity, which is stated in Alabama versus White, in order to move to the next step. Now, I would ask you, because I think it's really
There's a huge God, I'm coming. I saw
really relevant here. Since you think there's no good evidence, that's all you meant by compelling reason. You weren't using the legal standard. What type of evidence do you think most cases turn on? Because you're ruling out all the evidence timeline evidence, which is what we call means, motive, opportunity predicates. So what kind of evidence if you had to guess, do most crim cases turn on?
One thing is, just want to be sure that we stick with the 1 minute back and forth, just because I want to make sure that there's no tension or not too much tension in terms of speaking over each other. Go ahead, Rob.
I dislike that. I think be a moderator. Be a moderator. When they're talking over each other, be like, okay, Rob, hold on. Then Tim, you answer. All right, Tim, stop interrupting. You can answer next. Moderate.
Minute.
The condensation on the term compelling is laughable. I don't understand where the hostility is coming from. You're the one who's making claims that weren't there, that I correctly pointed out. There is no compelling argument that you've presented that there is instigation for the murder, as we talked about specifically at the timeline. To answer your question, I would assume most of its circumstantial evidence that cases would turn on would be normally where the ball gets moving. But in order to compellingly believe that someone committed some act, we usually want more evidence than just means and motive, which is all that you've been able to present. Lastly, I'll go back to the fact that there are a litany of organizations which you ran from, like the DNC.
Because I was commenting on a debate that was MAGA is anti-science. And every time I made a good argument, my chat would get deleted. And when I called out the guy, said, you like that? He muted me in chat. I spoiled you guys. Not only do you guys say whatever the fuck you want, but I interact with and acknowledge. I mean, now we're getting to a point where I can't acknowledge every single thing. But yeah, that's the average way to grow and get more donations. That people are like, oh, if you're not going to pay attention to what I'm saying, I'm going to super chat. Then you turn the audience or the centers down, so everybody feels like they're on the same team, and then that even increases the incentive to want to send a super chat, because you don't think that somebody's going to be like, oh, fuck you, you're wrong. Da, 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 da. You think that when you send that message, it's going to say something that everyone already agrees with, and everybody's like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's literally all they do. Hey, shout out to Sweet Dude. Welcome to the after party. I mean, I don't have too much interest in that. Like, if they wanted to talk to me, I would. But I don't know if you were here like 2 minutes ago when we just saw the skit of TikTok debaters. But it's brutal. It's fucking brutal. Oh, Block said that leftist chick was a troll. Which leftist chick? No, I don't remember that. All right. Let's get got him.
Lastly, I'll go back to the fact that there are a litany of organizations which you ran from, like the DNC, that would also have reasonable suspicion. And the reason you're running from that is you know how weak your position is. If hundreds of organizations would have reasonable suspicion, why are you only talking about one?
Okay, you said.
Well, yeah, that's the point. He doesn't want people like you in the chat. He doesn't want people like you in the chat because then other people might feel like, oh, well, am I wrong for agreeing with the content creator? They want they want an echo chamber. Usually the baddies don't ask that. So that's a good starting point. But you should know.
Why are you only talking about one?
Okay, you said we want more than just means and motive circumstantial evidence. Do you think that's true in the investigative process? What do you think the investigative predicates are? Yeah, that's what you want at the highest level when you've had a fact finding and mutual discoveries by both sides and sworn in witnesses that the jury's heard. We haven't even heard evidence in Tyler Robinson, and you think you know shit that's going on. All of the big guns on both.
So you didn't want an answer to that question? He just asked a question and then ranted and said he didn't know shit. And then started ranting again.
Sides have not even been heard yet. So do you want to revise the statement, we want more than means, motive, and opportunity as investigative predicates? Because it's dead wrong. That's all investigations are based on in the initial stage.
The question of investigation, again, is being supplemented for if there's a compelling reason to think that they instigated. There already was an investigation. You have no idea what the length or the details of that investigation were. You can't give a detailing for how much you think the investigation should be. And you also have no reason why we shouldn't have commiserate investigations into groups like the DNC and other groups that had motivation and means to hate Charlie Robinson, want him out as well.
I mean, you're not wrong, Box. They do it for the algorithm, but it's not the algorithm doing it. That is a curated chat.
If you want to get smug about it, you just said the claim, quote, we haven't seen evidence against Tyler Robinson. How long do you have? I could give you the litany of list of the evidence that we have seen, both at the pretrial hearing and that's been released in official government filings, including DNA evidence, witness evidence, admissions, and a confession by Tyler Robinson. And
what is this? Close your mouth, bro. What am I looking at? And it's not like
other claims that we've seen.
How long would you watch that?
Such as a video that likely point him as good evidence. Show me one piece of evidence you have with Israel of anything like that.
Well, I did. I read you a timeline, but the point is,
that's not evidence.
You seem to think, and I agree with you, there is evidence for Tyler Robinson. There's evidence Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I'm talking about FRE 401 standards. Loads of evidence that Israel has means, motive, opportunity, more than any other actor in the world to have this particular Gentile, Charlie Kirk, killed at precisely the time he did. We see all the indicia of regime change in
the indicia.
Unfortunately, TPUSA, that would be an Israel thing. But it seems to me that you simply don't understand the difference between courtroom compelling, the burden of persuasion there, and move of an investigation further compelling. Joe Kent, who is director of this of the NCTC, said that he had 100 leads he wanted to pursue that were inorganically stymied.
Yeah, there's a big difference. And we did watch that thing with Viva Fry, Rob, and that other guy. Yeah, he's great rambling and ranting on TikTok, but then you get into the actual conversation, it ain't just talking.
By Kash Patel. That's a secondary kind of evidence. Why should that have been cut short? According,
I was watching this at 2.4, so when I said it's coming up, it might be a little bit longer. But there's one thing, and we want to skip to another gotcha, and then we'll head up again.
Again, this is just the claim of Joe Kent. Other people there have said that that's not the case. Joe Kent wasn't aware of everything that the FBI investigated. We also would see these things continue to be investigated if connections to Tyler Robinson came up. And we're just relying on the words one guy. You said that only they would have this exact at this precise time the mean, motive, and opportunity. That's not true whatsoever. If Tyler would have been killed, or if Charlie would have been killed a month earlier or later, you would have also been saying it was the unique timing that meant that only Israel had the most motivation. It's not true, right? And just because someone has mean, motive, and opportunity doesn't mean that we say that they likely did this or that there's compelling reason to think we did it. There could be slight investigative steps taken, but once those investigative steps are taken and you have a better evidence of...
Hold on. Let's do... Give me a second. This might be past it, but... let's try this.
Oh, but you think, okay, so you think like many countries, they do so in either quality, quantity, proclivity, with an average proclivity to assassination?
I have no clue, but I would have reasons.
I'm asking you to take a guess.
I don't know. My guess is, given the hostilities that Israel's been within the region, they've probably more than, say, I don't know, Denmark? I don't know that it's more than the United States.
Okay, well, so you want to retract your statement, what you said a second ago, that just like every other country, they've probably done some?
No, I won't retract the statement. What I said is
definitive study on this. Okay,
I won't retract a true statement. Most countries have assassinated.
Are you going to stop him from interrupting? Or are we moderating or no? So 2,700 in 70 years. That is remarkable. That's almost 400 per decade. And I read you the 5 main motivations for these assassinations, and you seem to just, I don't know, stonewall like this.
All right, so I don't know where that point is, so I'm just going to skip to the point that I'm talking about. All right, let's go here.
My timeline. The first, correct me if I'm wrong, the first thing in your timeline was that in June he supposedly had a meeting where he on June 18th he yelled at Trump. By the way, do you have any evidence of that?
I would say that starting in October of 23, if you're graphing his enthusiasm, it was coming down gradually, and then it seemed to just spike precipitously in late spring.
Any evidence of the June 18th yelling at Trump?
There's evidence it went badly. One of the staffers said it went very, very badly. No, Trump yelled at him, not the other way around.
What I have is finally there was this blow-up meeting in the Hamptons in August, right? That seems to be where this shit started, right? When he announced Dr. Carlson would speak in Hamptons. Okay, when?
I said late spring, early summer.
What? Give me the incident. What was it in late spring? All I got is you saying.
An incident. It was in his publicly documented rupture with Israel.
I don't believe that he had a publicly documented rupture with Israel. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. That he had a publicly documented rupture with Israel that would have brought them to the conclusion they must take him out. In fact, he was continuing to say, "Please let me finish." Right. I just went through your timeline. The first date I had was June 18th. He yelled at Trump. You have no evidence for that. You just say some guy said.
No, I said.
So
Trump
what we can see is. Here's the point.
I believe the reason I'm showing you this. I believe this is a strong enough reason to believe that Israel was not at least directly involved.
Last question I have on this: how long do you think it would take them to create a movement on Discord to radicalize someone like Tyler Robinson? How long do you think it would take them to do that?
Well, since there's evidence that hasn't been investigated, that they
didn't answer the question.
They had looked into Tyler Robinson's
how long do you think?
Months before.
How long do you think it would take them to do that?
I don't know.
Give me an estimate.
I don't know because I haven't investigated it.
They fish around.
If someone's particularly weak-minded, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 12 months. I have no clue. How long do you think it would take?
Please, let me finish. Given that in August, Tyler Robinson already had a Dremel and was dremeling these things into the bullet, how would it even make sense that this timeline that Israel would have had time to radicalize it?
What do you mean? You think he could only etch into a bullet at the beginning of his turn?
No, I think if it took him a month to radicalize him to the decision to kill Charlie Kirk, that would mean they'd have to reach out to him in early July, which you have no evidence that there was any reason that they would have motive to kill him in early July.
What I said is, and I'm just guessing because.
So, in case you missed it, the timeline doesn't make sense that someone would be radicalized that quickly.
They refused to investigate the claim, but Charlie had a slow at first disenchantment with Israel, where that starting in October of 2023. He's literally the first person I heard saying it was probably a false flag. October 7th, it shocked me. So they could have started looking into this in October of 2023. No, I never thought of it before.
You think in October of 2023, the biggest advocate for the youth to be in favor of Israel, Israel wanted to kill them?
To be clear, so now you can see how we have it both ways. On one hand, the timing is very suspicious, seeing as how he had a blow up with his donors in August, and that's very suspicious. On the other hand, they could have been planning this since 2023. Now, anyone that thinks that Charlie Kirk, please let me finish, that Charlie Kirk was an adamant anti-Israeli person way back in October of 2023 is laughable. This is exactly why people. Please let me finish.
You didn't say that, but why would Israel start a plan to kill Charlie Kirk if they were on the same side?
Stupid. But I don't know what to do here, Mike. Please, I
actually to me that I didn't say.
Don't have a mute
pause
button.
The time.
I don't have a mute button.
Okay, then just moderate. Say, hey, Tim, shut the fuck up.
I never said he was I never said Charlie Kirk, even by the end of his life, was rampantly anti-Israeli person.
And just so you guys know, it got so crazy they were like, all right, you do 30 minutes to cross me, and then this is Rob's time to cross-examine Tim, and this is how he's.
Did you say that in 2020? Did you say in October 2023 they could have started to want to kill him there?
Yes, as a means
Okay,
of hedging
now
their
pause.
bets if
Me
the asset
saying-
turned against them.
Okay, now
Yes,
pause. Then
I didn't
me
say he was
saying-
anti-Israeli.
Me saying that he was saying anything that was anti-Israeli enough to want them to kill him in 2023 is
To
laughable.
start
You
considering,
saying,
yes,
please,
if he turns
would
all
you
the way
please
around.
be
Let's try to
quiet?
not
Are you
talk
asking
over
the
Please
each
question?
be quiet.
He wasn't
Are you
finished
asking a question?
talking. He wasn't finished talking. Well, I'll ask the same of Rob when you're going, but we are
No,
just
you
trying to
didn't.
finish. I'm saying I will ask Rob the same as I'm asking you because we're about to move into a little bit more open, so that I don't have to say, just answer the question, keep it short, and go on. This will be more between the two of you, and then we'll have to do a little
Right,
bit more on
fuck.
the open dialogue.
No,
No,
Yeah, it's
he's
supposed to be right
interrupting.
now.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, this will get reviewed all over. You say who's doing what. I just want to get.
The point I was making is to even consider that it's a possibility that in 2023, where Charlie Kirk was one of the biggest advocates for Israel, that Israel perhaps started planning to kill him there, lets you know just how weak this theory is. Now, the reason, notice how important the timeline was when it was to create suspicion on Israel. But when I point out that even that timeline would be ludicrous to think that there would be time to reach out to anonymous people online, find Collar Robinson, weaponize him. If he was very weak-minded, it would take a month, implying that if he wasn't, if he was just a normal person, it would take longer than that. And yet he had time then at some point in mid-August to actually start trembling this, shows that the timeline wouldn't make sense.
Boom. Boom. We are headed. I am the same. Thank you. Is it? No, what? Oh, yeah. You scared the shit out of me, dude. Holy fuck. I was like, there's no way it's 4 a.m. Jesus Christ. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And like I said, based on that one clip about how it doesn't really seem like the timing makes sense for Israel to be behind this, and the fact that from the other debate, that it doesn't seem like there's any clear narrative that makes sense outside of the official narrative, which doesn't mean that the official narrative is 100% correct, puts me in the position that I don't think we have a better option or a better narrative than the official narrative. That doesn't mean I think it's completely correct or true, but I do think that it leads us to the conclusion that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Now, he could still be a patsy and all that stuff, but we would need a lot more evidence. And, depending on how the trial goes, it might be the type of thing where we say, we would have expected a lot more evidence this way or that way or whatever. And it didn't. And then we, could be conspiratorial afterwards. Either way, it is fine. Big shout out to the donations. We got Wicked Dream. Thank you. We had Steve. Our boy Box with $10. And of course, our boy Glow with the Venmo. Thank you. So, very, very much, guys. No push-ups. Well, I sprained my ankle, so I wouldn't be doing push-ups anyway. But it's been feeling better. I think in a couple days we'll be good. I do plan on streaming something, maybe that game thing that we were doing. Like I said, I'm going to see my niece earlier in the day, and then we'll see what's good. So make sure you join the Discord and subscribe to the channel because, of course, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, but also sometimes whenever I feel like it, like tomorrow. And that YouTube sucks for those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss another Indian Jesus live party ever. Once again, guys, this is the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.